Thank you very much. I am a bit nervous and excited to have such a powerful panel with us to discuss a very, very critical topic that is probably the most relevant topic in the digital economy of our age. So good afternoon, everyone. I have been kindly introduced. AI is no longer a niche or an experimental technology. It is rapidly becoming a general purpose infrastructure. Shaping economies, public services, labor markets, and even geopolitical power. As the governments deploy AI at scale, the risks we face are no longer limited or individual systems, or even technical failures. They are systemic in nature. Risks that affects institutions, that affects market, people at large, and social trust. Today's discussion is therefore not about distant futures or abstract principles. It is about real policy choices being made right now. How governments are managing AI risks while actively deploying AI, and how shared and interoperable approaches can ensure that AI contributes to inclusive prosperity, particularly across emerging and developing countries. We are privileged to have a powerful panel of ministers who are shaping their national AI strategies under very different economic, institutional, and capacity conditions. So we are honored to have, and I would like to invite our dear panelists on the stage. We are honored to have His Excellency Dr. Kamal Shahadi, Minister of State for Technology and Artificial Intelligence, Republic of Lebanon. His Excellency Dr. Amal Al-Fallah, Minister Delegate for Digital Transition and Administrative Reform, Kingdom of Morocco. I promise to pronounce your name correctly, Your Excellency. His Excellency Dr. Abid Razak Natse. We have Honorable Minister William Kabogo I forgot. So Mr. Abid, His Excellency Mr. Abid is from the State of Palestine. Honorable Minister William Kabogo, Minister of ICT and Digital Economy of Kenya. And finally, we have His Excellency Minister Wandit Chia, Minister of Post and Telecommunication of Cambodia. I welcome you all. Thank you very much. Testing? Yeah. Can you hear me properly? Okay. Thank you very much. Without further ado, I will begin with inviting each minister to briefly outline their national approach and then moving towards priorities and trade-offs and the cross-border and systemic questions. So I will start with you, Your Excellency, Dr. Kamal. Many governments treat AI safety as something to address after deployment. Lebanon, however, is building its digital and AI foundations in the real time. So what are the policy choices that you are making today to ensure Lebanon's emerging digital foundations are safe by design? And how does this proactive governance help restore one of the most critical macroeconomic assets, i.e., citizens' trust in public institutions?
Thank you very much. We are developing things as we go along, and safety by design is built into the design of any digital infrastructure in the tender documents and the way we establish these partnerships with the private sector and in the partnerships we're building with other countries to actually develop our own infrastructure, but also have access to the data infrastructure that they have developed. And so it is something that we are doing by design, focusing on data privacy, first of all, and second, on cybersecurity and having our own capabilities for cybersecurity. Now, there are other aspects of safety. They start with education and awareness, and this is something that we started with a nationwide awareness and training program, but it also has to do with having the financial capabilities. And so the way we do it is we are designing our projects to be as a public-private partnership, and the funding for the safety, the safeguards is built into the programs. So that, in short, is what we are focusing on.
Thank you very much. So getting the foundations right and building the public-private partnerships and embedding safety from the onset. I think that's a very good starting point. Transitioning to Your Excellency, Dr. Amal, Morocco has positioned itself, has positioned AI as a pillar for national development through the AI Made in Morocco initiative and significant investments in digital infrastructure and skills. So as Morocco scales these initiatives, and please enlighten us if there are more initiatives that you are taking, and integrates AI into the public administration, how are you embedding systemic AI risk governance, including, for example, accountability, resilience, and trust into these government programs from the onset?
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for the question. I would like to say that for Morocco strategy, which is very important, is also, I mean, there is the operational safeguards to put on data centers, on storage, but there is something very difficult to assess, is what we call cognitive manipulation through algorithms. And today, we need to be as accurate as possible when we deal with algorithmic issues, because the most important challenges come from that. Everybody can secure data center, everybody can secure data, everybody can give access, more or less safe access to this infrastructure. But what is not visible, it's what these algorithms do in the mind, in the cognitive setting. This means that today, for me, the risk is when we shift, you know, in automation, we shift from to automatic or automation in doing things. But with AI, we shift to manipulating cognition. And we have a lot of examples, and we can discuss, for example, how, let's say, for example, the case study of Cambridge Analytica, for example. Everybody knows this. And safety means also that we protect citizen population from these manipulations. And these manipulations cannot be seen, cannot be measurable, except when we have the effect side. So I think there are safety which concerns the infrastructure, the data, etc. And here Morocco also is involved in initiative like safety by design, privacy by design, etc. And these frameworks are more or less well defined today. But the other side is how to protect really citizens from the bad manipulations using AI. And yesterday we had a very nice discussion about misinformation. Misinformation is only one effect of cognitive manipulation that the world is facing today. And it's becoming a very, very difficult to detect what is fake and what is not fake, what is changing the mindset of population and not. And there was a lot of work in nudging, for example, in marketing. Nudging in marketing is very known. Now you have nudging everywhere, in every algorithm, in every interface. So for me, for Moroccan strategy, we would like, we create with Moroccan regulators a framework for responsible AI. So we need two things: trustworthy AI and responsible AI to face these new challenges.
Thank you so much. And I think moving from building the foundations around data privacy and cybersecurity to then moving on to the frameworks that already exist, and now to tackling the real issues, I think it gives us a developmental journey from setting the foundations and bases to then countering the misinformation and community manipulation. So I think this is very well set. I'll move to Minister Abid, Your Excellency. So Palestine has approved a national AI strategy and is advancing its digital agenda, especially around digital resilience. In a fragile operating environment, how is the national AI strategy helping you identify and mitigate the systemic AI risks? Online misinformation as one of them, manipulation, as Her Excellency mentioned, and particularly focused in public services, information integrity, and critical digital infrastructure.
Thank you. Just let me begin by totally agreeing on what my colleagues just mentioned. When we talk about the technology, the acceleration of technology, and until now the absence and the difficulty of trying to catch what is the acceleration of innovation in these areas are really intimidating, you know, and a little bit scary, especially when we explore and we always are exposed on, you know, these innovators talking about, for example, now data centers in the moon. And they are really, now companies are exploring them commercializing their robots inside homes. And here we talk about AI safety and privacy. And for us, this, as government and government bodies and institutions and countries, we need to be aware of what kind of future we would like to have when it comes to AI. Her Excellency just mentioned when we talk about automation and AI automation. AI automation, it can tick a lot of boxes in terms of productivity maybe, but as well, when we talk about the workforce, when we talk about talent, when we talk about shifting jobs and careers, what's the pace that we are looking for? Now, when it comes to Palestine, there is all totally different reality, you know, and we have other challenges that we need to deal with. First of all, connectivity, for example, you know. Connectivity is taken by a lot of countries for granted, you know. Until recently, we were talking about deploying 4G and 5G in the West Bank and Gaza because of the political situation. Now, when you want to put a vision, you need to make it pragmatic, and we need to ensure that it is always functional. For us, we focus on three main important pillars. The first one is data, sovereignty, and continuity. And here we like to explore, you know, international models usually that are succeed in this matter. For example, the Estonia model. Decentralization will be a key aspect in trying to make sure that all your digital services that you are relying on is always live and it's always on. The other part is the sandbox, the governance sandbox. And here we look after, for example, the Lithuanian, making sure that critical healthcare services, financial services are regulated in a sandbox, like what my just fellows mentioned, system by design, you know, privacy by design. And the third one is the talent. We want to treat our talent as the first firewall, you know, for our AI safety, AI audit, AI competencies that are needed in the next era. So these all three components are very crucial and critical for us in Palestine to merge and integrate with the AI strategy that we are developing.
Thank you so much. And this brings us to, as I mentioned in the beginning, we have very diverse economic conditions, very diverse political, social conditions, and each country is at a particular stage. And here connectivity is very important, data sovereignty is very important for Palestine. So moving on to you, Honorable Minister Kabogo. Kenya has recently published its national AI strategy and setting the whole of government vision for responsible AI adoption. In operationalizing your AI strategy, which institutional approach do you see is most effective for managing the systemic risks? So, for example, a centralized AI authority or a sector-led oversight or embedding AI assurance into the existing regulatory and procurement frameworks?
Thank you. From a human being perspective, I want to bring sort of a challenging argument on the issue of AI. Because when you mention AI today, everybody gets scared, like AI is a destroyer. And I want to tell my fellow human beings, let's look at AI as a tool for good. Because so many people are so worried these days that everything is AI. AI must have human beings behind AI. So be comfortable, relax, and we do AI for good. In Kenya, and I'm happy to sit near my brother from Palestine, I have a lot of respect for the Palestinian people because of their zeal and energy. And we can applaud them, it's okay. Kenya has taken a hybrid governance model, a mixture of several approaches. On the issue of policy and standards, we have done that at the national level because of controls. But generally, you will see that different sectors require different approaches. If you look at health, you will find that health requires certain interventions on AI. On issues of finance, requires also different approaches on finance. Accountability. You also see that on agriculture, in terms of best practices, you will have to employ different sort of interventions on agriculture. Education also on the issues of how AI can be used to help aid learning. So in Kenya, we are taking a combined sort of approach, different sectors for different interventions. But on the issue of frameworks, we want to say that as a country, we are working with other organizations to be able to develop frameworks that will help us. We're currently deploying our AI policy. Sometimes people ask, why do you do a policy or a strategy before a policy? Is the issue of the chicken and egg. But we are using those tools to be able to help Kenya get better in terms of use of AI or AI for good. So in a nutshell, Kenya has taken a sectoral approach on how to minimize the risks on AI on a general view.
Thank you very much. So a diversity of approaches that exist and what suits the best is picked up, but human agency has to stay at the core. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. His Excellency, Your Excellency, Minister Chia. Cambodia has completed an international AI readiness assessment recently, and it's consulting on draft national AI strategy after building the foundations. And it's also implementing its digital government policy through 2035. So as Cambodia transitions from AI readiness to deployment, how are the insights from the readiness assessment shaping early governance mechanisms to ensure AI supports digital government and economic growth without creating or boosting the systemic risks?
Thank you for the questions. For Cambodia, after having RAM, readiness methodology, assessment methodology on AI, we understand where we are, what our strengths and weaknesses. So based on this, we focus on several key priorities. First one, capacity building. we assist all the ministry within the government to establish the digital transformation unit and train them so that they become an expert to accelerate their digital transformation within their ministries. We also bring them to train on AI knowledge so that we can have a full government approach on AI in public sectors. So based on this, we bring them to develop AI national strategy. As a result, our AI national strategy is a whole government approach. Everyone share their knowledge and everyone provide their input in the national AI strategies. We also work on the AI governance frameworks, and we try to encourage all the ministry to work on their AI governance frameworks and AI strategy in their sectors. We also develop AI, data protection laws and cybersecurity law, yes, so that we can tackle with this new security issue and data privacy. Yeah. Second, we focus on the public awareness. Yes, we try to disseminate AI information to the public so that our people, our citizens understand what is the consequences, what is the challenges, and what is the opportunity of using AI in a positive way. So we also focus on the deployment of AI in public sectors, yeah, from the small scale to the larger scales, so that we can ensure that our deployment is safe, yes, and secure.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We come back to Dr. Kamal Shahadi. So Your Excellency has to leave. He has a flight to catch. So I would really leave it open to Your Excellency to share your thoughts on especially a multilateral approach that is necessary for AI systemic AI risk management.
Thank you very much. We are in the final stages of preparing our AI strategy. The national AI strategy is one that builds on Lebanon's strengths and addresses its weaknesses. Our strengths are the talent that we have. It's the network of the Lebanese diaspora in the tech industry across the world. It's also the partnerships that we can forge with companies as well as countries. So we're building on that. We think that we have a great future in the AI economy. We also need to get a few concepts across to our partners. One is that AI is not a national industry. It's not an industry that can remain closed within a country's borders. It is, like any other industry, a value chain that crosses borders. And so what you need to be thinking about when you place your own country and you have your own strategy is to see how much of that value chain you can claim, because you can only play in parts of it. Some of the big countries can play in all of it, from A to Z, from beginning to end. For smaller countries, our vocation is to play in a certain part where we have our strengths. Our strengths are based on those critical industries where AI is actually transforming the industry, like healthcare, like higher education, like the creative economy. Those are industries where Lebanon has proven to have centers of excellence. And therefore, AI is going to start with these industries. Now, having said that, it's simply not enough if we just have a national program without addressing the public sector. AI and an AI strategy is going to transform every single aspect of human life. And so what we are focusing on is to work with all the ministries, because it's a whole of government initiative, whether it's the public sector or the individual sovereign ministries that deal with defense and foreign affairs and so on, to change the way they think about the role, about the function they serve, and about the services they deliver to citizens. That, to me, is the most difficult challenge, because you need to be thinking like a strategist, and you need to be, as a minister, a transformative CEO. And if you don't have the tools to do it, this transformation will not succeed. I would also say that we have to start thinking with our partners in the multilateral organizations about the longer-term challenges. We talked about cybersecurity, we talked about data privacy, we talked about all these things and about attracting investments. But one of the things we cannot lose sight of is how AI and digital technology, deep tech in particular, is transforming the way human beings think and relate to each other. These are long-term impacts that can only be measured and observed over a long period of time, but we need to be aware that there are these changes. And so, just like mobile telephony changed the way human beings interact, AI is also changing the way we think. And we need to be aware of the pitfalls, not just the benefits of AI. I'm an ardent advocate of artificial intelligence, but I'm also aware that there are certain things that distinguish or that are the basis of success for any human being, including critical thinking, including this kind of creative thinking, that tends to fall by the wayside the more we rely on artificial intelligence. And so as we introduce artificial intelligence in our services, in our education, one also has to be aware of the longer-term risks and make sure that, especially with the younger generation, the emphasis is on maintaining the critical skills and the creative abilities of young people. That's the only way they can survive in a digital age.
Thank you very much. Thank you. This is very insightful.
Thank you.
And if you allow me, Dr. Kamal has a flight to catch.
I apologize.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'll move a bit closer. Okay, continuing the momentum, I think we had very good insights from Dr. Kamal. Ms. Amal, you spoke about the manipulation, the societal manipulation risks that AI poses to you. So amongst other risks, I know that this is a priority for the government, but there are risks such as dependencies on external models, the sovereignty discussion that is happening across the board, the concentration of AI capabilities in certain parts of the world, the misuse of AI at scale. Part of it is covered in the societal manipulation. So how do you prioritize these or other risks that at your stage of development Morocco is facing with?
I think that it is very difficult to make priorities because it's a systemic problem, as you mentioned. And from our point of view, I think cognitive manipulation come with something very new in the era of artificial intelligence. It is the shift. I mean, usually machine just automate things. But nowadays, the new machines can also do intellectual job, can think, can write, can propose documents, can propose art, can do a lot of things that have been for a long time reserved to human beings. So this shift provide like a seismic change in the way we interact with technology. So we have been all involved in this era of chatbots or LLM tools like ChatGPT or DeepSeek or others. And we see, for example, in education, the whole, the world, the entire world is concerned by the change of the way students and citizens interact with these tools. And we see that in some, I think the first high school in France, for example, Sciences Po, what you call Sciences Po, political science, make it forbidden to use ChatGPT to prepare, for example, homework. And the world is like fascinated by what's going on, and at the same time cannot, we struggle with the effects. We are not sure, we are in uncertainty. There is a very nice study by MIT very recently that shows that our brain is also modified by the use of algorithms, these tools of ChatGPT and so on. So I think the wave is very big. And now we have to face our responsibilities in this setting. This is about thinking. My colleague talked about critical thinking, but how do you can expect critical thinking from students that just copy-paste from ChatGPT to their homework? And I can give you a lot of examples. There are many, many examples where critical thinking is just disappearing from the scene. So this is a huge problem for humanity. The other thing is when we introduce these tools, not only chatbots, etc., but also algorithmic decision making in our banks, in our insurance, in our government, etc., we have to be accountable. We have to explain. And there is a room for research in explainability. There are many researchers working on that since 10 years, but nobody is now able to explain by A plus B what's going on. Because these algorithms, machine learning algorithms, are really huge. And nobody can explain how we obtain the results. Even a very, very informed researchers struggle with that. So there was this idea of, we talk about black boxes in machine learning, etc. But they are black. And when we open the boxes, we cannot understand because you have billions of parameters. So we have building on inexplicable things. And what we build cannot be easily explainable because we don't understand the foundations. We are not able to explain the foundations. So I'm not giving you a black picture of AI. What I want to say, I was researcher in AI for a long time. And what I am saying is that sometimes we should slow down because we should onboard our population, we should onboard our decision makers, and for me, which is very important, is to invest first in research, not in technology. Because today, we use tools and nobody knows what is the content, how it has been made, etc. And in particular, there is a tension over the world because, you know, it's not new. You have US, you have China, you have a huge investment, and in the middle, we cannot follow because we don't have the same investment and we don't have the same capacities. If you look, for example, to Africa, we are less than 1.5 research in AI over the world. In storage capacity, we are less than 1%. So how can we compete? It's very difficult. So what I want to say is, first, awareness is very important at all levels: citizens, politicians, decision makers, stakeholders, etc. The second time is like a car. We can go, we can speed up, but sometimes if we are close to the school, we have to slow down. And this should be the case also for artificial intelligence. We have to invest in research. We have to go as far as possible in foundations, explainability, accountability, and then we can deploy very powerful models when we have cleaned the ground. So that's, I think, just to finish, I think there is a third voice to find in artificial intelligence, and Morocco is pushing for that. And in few minutes, we will have presentation of D4SD initiative. You are all invited to attend. It's very short to explain what we try to do. What does it mean, the third voice in artificial intelligence? It's something more rational than just hurrying up toward technology and performance of technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This was very impactful, and as you were mentioning some of those risks, just to bring to our attentions, we at DCO are working on the tools to help the governments to assess some of those risks in the AI systems, and actually slowing down, looking back, seeing if we have covered all the bases, and then moving the technology forward. We definitely, with the country's support, that's a very important agenda. And that brings me to Your Excellency Minister Abid, where we have been talking about systemic risks and the risks that you have identified about Palestine faces today. So amongst those risks, the ones that need the most urgent attention, sovereignty, for example, as you mentioned, connectivity, et cetera, what can be realistically addressed through an international or an effective international cooperation? There is so much that countries can do alone.
I totally agree with this, and unilateral work is not an option anymore. It's all about working together, because we always, if you just listen on what we're all talking about, we all agree on the things that matters the most, you know. And for us, I think we need to work hand in hand in putting standards, international standards that can be used as a campus in developing our digital public infrastructure. And you know, Your Excellency, you just mentioned a very important topic on we're really running fast, but without comprehending what's really going on when you talk about the results you're getting from the AI models, and even sometimes you don't, because it's used so vastly now and on a large scale, and people, they are not using it, they are not even aware of the answers they are getting. This is dangerous, you know, and usually you make decisions out of these answers, because we start in building trust with the AI models that we are using. And awareness, I think, is a key option here, because people, they need to know at least what's going on when they, and the more you're using it, the more the model is copying you and your thoughts and your answers. So there was a survey with regarding the Gen Z generation on their attachment, how far they are now attached, and what they want to compare between the social media and the new AI models, especially ChatGPT, and the answer where they are really hooked with now what the next interface between the human and the AI models. And this tells a lot, and this as well comes to really the questions you just mentioned on I think we need to slow down a bit and see what are the real value that AI can bring in our most important development sectors. We're talking about healthcare, we're talking about education, because if we misuse it, I think the consequences will be really horrendous. And that's why I totally agree with Her Excellency, and as well, we put this in the front line of our national AI strategy, especially when we're talking about we need to do more experimentation on the services that means a lot to the citizens. For example, healthcare, finance, and as well, always consider the sovereignty of your data as well and your privacy, citizen privacy as well.
Thank you so much. And I think data sovereignty is one of the key discussions in the digital policy and how it affects the AI. Minister Kabogo, so we've been talking about the initiatives on governing the AI, and especially with respect to the risks that it poses. You have mentioned a few frameworks that you have adopted.
Right.
So if you could shed some light on, for example, one particular regulatory model or framework or initiative that Kenya has adopted.
Thank you. There has been a statement here, slow down. I want to use the word chill because there is a lot of hype on the issue of AI. Let me first say one thing from this panel where we sit. I have not heard us talk very much about what AI is dependent upon, and it's dependent upon data. For example, from where I sit, if I want my office to do something for me, you give an assignment, and in 3 minutes, this is what you need to do. And that is based on data that already exists. And those of us that are from the South, a terminology that is mostly used to classify those who are behind, we are dependent on AI with data that is not our data. And I give an example sometimes that when you ask AI the solution of keeping good dental health, it will tell you you need to brush your teeth upwards and all those things, and use dental floss and all those things. But it doesn't have any information on the tree leaves that we have in Africa that you can use to have good dental health. So we need to worry as a world what data is available and put a lot of effort on making sure that we have data that emanates from us, and data that is secure, and data that we can rely on. So as we move on the AI worry, we should worry more on where the information that is available on data and how safe that data is and how it can be used across borders. And the other issue that we haven't dealt with, moderator, is the issue of skilling. Data requires some certain skills. If we do not embed the training of the young people in our countries on the use of AI, and in Kenya, that is why we are starting to put together digital hubs, one in every electoral ward, which is the smallest sector of segments of election, to have these digital hubs so that they can be used for training on AI use, digital enterprises, and how everyone else will be involved, even in terms of enterprise development, small enterprises. So in a nutshell, we need to worry about data. We need to worry about skills and capacity building. At the same time, we need to be able to say the world has become a smaller village by way of AI, and cross-border sharing is also important. For example, we are using now AI models to try and get procurement systems in the country to be a model to be used in the country so that we can do procurement based on information that we have fed into our systems. But you will find, again, digitization has a lot of resistance. For example, if you want to go e-procurement, you will find that the old systems fight back so that you do not move forward to make procurement more transparent. So there's a lot of schooling and fear factors in terms of how AI can be deployed. But as a country, we have taken the challenges and we have started literacy programs where we want to train our public sector and private sector on use of AI and how it can be used for good. So there's a lot of worries out there that AI has come to destroy or AI will take over. Like I said, there must be a human being on the driver's seat to be able to use AI for good. And I guess that's where the world should be looking at. And Kenya is willing to participate in that process.
Thank you so much. I think you brought up a very, very important point of human skilling, capacity building, and making them aware to be in charge of what they feed to AI and how they use it. Your Excellency, Minister Chia, how can regional and multilateral cooperation most effectively help your country and all the other countries to accelerate the adoption while mitigating all the systemic risks that we have been talking about?
Thank you. For the countries like Cambodia, regional and international cooperation is very important to manage the systemic risks on AI. Yes. That's why within ASEAN we create a working group on AI. Yes. The team work very hard and very efficiency. Yes. So we have a shared regional ASEAN baseline to reduce systematic risks and to prevent the fragmentations on AI. Yes. And also we are working closely to have capacity buildings to help governments, SMEs, and startups benefit from AI faster and at the low cost. Also, we join force on data infrastructures and early warning mechanism to reduce the dependencies on OPEC system and help countries anticipate cross-border risk within ASEAN and beyond. Finally, engaging through ASEAN and regional and global forum strengthen Cambodia's voice in shaping AI norm that support development rather than the constraint it. Yeah, this make Cambodia more better positioned in the regional and international stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We can go on and on this discussion, but I see the screen. We have to wrap up the discussion. And I don't want to leave the stage with such a powerful panel. There are so many more questions. I will ask a question to all of you, but please feel free to share any takeaways or any last thoughts. So what is the single most important policy decision, and since we have all the policymakers here, that your governments really must get right to ensure that AI is safe and it genuinely supports inclusive prosperity? I will start with Your Excellency, Dr. Amal.
In Moroccan strategy, we have two faults. The first one is about digital economy, and we work a lot with foreign companies for the offshoring. So today we developed a very nice offer in offshoring with very qualified talents in Morocco. We have more than 1,200 foreign companies with large-scale companies and hyperscaler, for example, that come to Morocco and build take benefit from talents, but also build data, not data, centers of excellence in AI and data science. And this is for us very important because we combine research excellence and also economical benefit. In the second fold, Morocco is developing very accurate e-services or administrative services enhanced or augmented by AI. We use AI to make the services as close as possible from population, literate population, for example. And for us, AI, when it is well used and invested, can enhance digital services.
Thank you so much.
So with this, time is up.
Yeah, and we
Just, I would like to say something, last thing, please. I think it is very important for inclusion that AI speaks all languages. AI should not speak only English or French, but we should be able to build models and train them on our data in order to speak other languages and to be as inclusive as possible. Thank you.
very critical. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Mr. Abid?
Well, I think there is, it's more, we need to consider it as a system, not one policy, you know. It's an ecosystem that will guarantee, or a framework that will guarantee the safety of using AI and data privacy. And here we're talking about, again, three main pillars: the sovereignty of the data and making models that works and should be inclusive for all. This is very, very important. And then the workforce talent, okay, and the sandbox and simulation spaces that we all explored. So the ecosystem itself, it should be all thought of that AI safety and data privacy comes first when you start designing the systems.
Thank you so much. Minister Kabogo?
Yes, thank you. I think for me what is most important, one is to make sure that we have trusted data. And if we do have trusted data, then we capacity build the use of AI in our young population. And the beauty about us is that 75% of our populations are on track and get good use of AI to build a strong economy in the young people. Of course, emphasis put on trusted, good data.
Perfect.
And working towards getting the world not to fear AI, but to use it as a tool. But we can only do so if we input our own data. For example, you will find that AI requires a lot of data capacity. This is something we do not have in most of our southern countries. So if we can emphasize and build data, even if not through grants, not through donations, but also through commercializing data by private sector, building data centers that we can use. The beauty about there's no monopoly of knowledge in terms of use of AI.
Perfect.
So if we build a capacity in our population, we should be able to come to a new world, and the fear of new colonization will become something else.
Absolutely.
So AI can be used for good.
Thank you so much.
That's my take.
Thank you so much. Finally, Minister Chia, your final thoughts, please.
Thank you. For Cambodia, like other developing country, human resource on AI is very important. When we have human resource, we can manage the risk. Thank you.
Absolutely, human resources. Thank you, Your Excellencies, for a very candid and substantive discussion. What is clear is that AI safety is not a luxury for advanced economies. It is a foundation for sustainable digital growth, and the one that benefits from shared language, shared tools, and sustainable cooperation. A big round of applause for our panelists here, and thank you very much for all of you to joining our session today.
Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. Thank you, panelists, for this very, very fruitful panel. As you said, we can take years and years talking about this topic. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being with us. This morning, we will have a lunch break that will start from now. We'll come back at 2 p.m. to a panel entitled Impact Catalyzing Collaboration for a Thriving Cross-Border Digital Market. Please don't be late. We'll start 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you. Come back. Okay, so welcome back to the afternoon sessions. We'll start right away with our panels, but before we resume with the next panel, we will hear a recorded message from Lin John Hao, Undersecretary General for Economic and Social Affairs, and it's a recorded message.
Excellencies, distinguished ministers, dear colleagues, it is a pleasure to join you at the International Digital Cooperation Forum hosted by the State of the Kuwait. We meet at a time that of profound global change. Digital cooperation now affects every aspect of the development, from economic growth to social inclusion and environmental sustainability. Last December, member states concluded the 20-year review of the World Summit on the Information Society. That process reaffirmed a clear global consensus and a shared commitment. Digital transformation must serve the people. It must be inclusive, and it must be rooted in cooperation. This vision aligns closely with the work of my department, the United Nations Department of the Economic and Social Affairs. Guided by the 2030 Agenda, UNDESA supports member states and contributes to the UN system's efforts to advance sustainable development. We bring the countries together to address the shared economic, social, and environmental challenges, translating global commitments into national action. UNDESA supports member states in three main ways. Through the intergovernmental support, we help countries find common ground. Through the research and analysis, we provide evidence-based solutions and policy insights. Through the capacity building, we strengthen institutions and skills. Digital transformation is the key enabler across all these areas. This means ensuring that the new and emerging technologies, including artificial intelligence, are governed and managed responsibly. We must build trust and ensure that these tools serve the people, protect the planet, and advance the sustainable development. Partnerships are essential. The Digital Cooperation Organization is a vital partner, providing a crucial platform for dialogue, cooperation, and shared progress. UNDESA looks forward to continuing our collaboration with the Digital Cooperation Organization and its members. Together, we can advance the inclusive, sustainable, and resilient development in the digital age. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. And our next panel is about impact, catalyzing collaboration for a thriving cross-border digital market. Our next session focuses on impact, especially how collaboration among governments, institutions, and the private sector can unlock a thriving cross-border digital market. This discussion examines the tool, partnerships, and frameworks required to scale cooperation into sustained economic opportunity. Please welcome on stage our moderator, Ms. Alina Timofeva, board member of the Chartered Institute for IT.
Assalamu alaikum. I got it to work. Thank you so much for everyone for joining us today. I would like to invite my panelists on stage right now. So Honorable Lamin Jabi, please welcome the Minister for Communications and Digital Economy, Gambia. Thank you so much. His Excellency Seribov Chair, Secretary General of the Digital Government Committee from Cambodia. Mr. Madhukar, CEO at Co-Develop, an NGO. And Ms. Jana Krimpe, the founder and CEO of Solutions. Thank you so much for being with us today. It's a great honor, and thank you so much for the audience as well for being with us today. We had the introduction for the session, so I'm just going to sit closer to you now. And let me introduce briefly myself. I'm Alina Timofeeva. It's a pleasure to be here, having just spoken in Davos last week. And I've been working with DCO. I've had an opportunity to speak in Davos, to go to Pakistan as a state guest. And together with the Chartered Institute for IT, we advise the government, the education sector, the businesses around the national policies to make the technology safe and secure. I also have an opportunity to live in Saudi Arabia, and I've been working globally across UK and Europe. So I'm really excited about the discussion around, the cross-border opportunities, the collaboration between the government, the private sector, and the NGOs. And I will start with you, Honorable Lamin Jabi, from the government perspective, right? Obviously, Gambia is one of the member states for DCO, and there have been an opportunity to be part of the Impact Initiative. I had the privilege to do research that you have My Government platform and a number of other initiatives in Gambia. So we tend to see pilots. Some of them are successful, some of them are perhaps not so successful, but it's ultimately about driving the impact, driving the implementation. So what would you say are the key levers, the key enablers, or perhaps the market incentive that would allow you to be successful?
Thank you very much. That's a very, in the Gambia, there are quite a number of interesting initiatives that we have started. But I think it will be important we go why we are interested in these initiatives. We go slightly backward just for a minute and we explain. We know Africa, Asia, and the Middle East today stands to give us a lot in terms of the cross-border capacity, the volume of the trade. And on the records we know, by 2023, our side of the world, because this is what interests us to really have at least tools to start two of the initiatives. By 2023, our sub-region, that is sub-Saharan Africa, was able to get remittances up to about 50 billion US dollars. Of this 50 billion, almost very close to 1 billion is what we get as a small country with that population. Now, what is our interest? We know there is a cost attached to this. We are paying 8%. The first challenge, the 8% of that is the cost, way higher than the UN SDG interest of 3%. Now, what is the government looking at, and who are the key players here so that we can get more? We decided to go in for two things. The first thing we benefited from is the We Elevate project that we started. This is a project where a good number of our women are targeted, because if you look at the SMEs back home, it's dominated by the women, and they travel out. Sometimes to go to China and get some of these products and goods can be very expensive. The travel time, the ticketing, the visa requirements, and everything. We thought it would be necessary now for them to do these importations online. And we benefited a lot from the DCO by organizing that and training those women so that they could be engaged on online business transactions. A good number, a few hundreds, have been trained, and we are pushing, extending that. The second part is knowing that the government is the largest employer, and a good number of the government services impact on what happens at the private sector level. So what must we do? To reduce that cost as well for everybody, we have decided to embark on a MyGov platform. We created it so that some few basic government services could actually be delivered to the citizens without much of any cost or additional cost. But with all that we are doing, we are conscious of three things that we will come to in terms of regulations, in terms of infrastructure, and the partnerships that we need. These are things possibly we'll discuss in the course of this engagement. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to ask the view from Cambodia, if we can. I know that you are not yet the member of DCO, but what sort of initiatives are you working? And how would you successfully go from the pilot to, full-time implementation?
Hello. Thank you very much for this question. Today, Cambodia is not yet part of the DCO, but we hope sooner we will be part of the DCO. Mm-hmm. And we got something to bring on board as well if we join the DCO later. So I think this question is very important because in the digital transformation, we can see that many solutions got success on the pilot stage, but cannot scale up to other members of the state. And it's even become impossible when you make it across the region. Today, I want to share the experience that we face in Cambodia. We spent around 10 years to do digital transformation, start with one ministry, building the solution, pilot, scale up to other ministry, and it doesn't happen at all. So digital transformation in one country, I would say you cannot start from one ministry. This is why many countries around the world, they start building the inter-ministry organization. Like a model in Singapore, they built GovTech, which is a smart nation agency that is responsible on the national digital transformation for the whole country. In Cambodia, we do the same because I'm ex-Microsoft. We help Singapore government a lot. So when I left my job from the private sector to join the government the last 3 years, we tried to introduce the same methodology in Cambodian government. And we go and tell every ministry that we are not here to capture your budget and you do your ministry work. We are here to play the enabler role for every ministry. So we start with the horizontal solution that work across all the ministry, doesn't have any binding with the business process for each ministry. And we always tell every ministry that we can never build a solution for them. We can only build the key enabler first. Second, we introduce the whole government approach. It means that we build one solution that you can never replicate, and you must use it. In Cambodia, we start with one solution called verify.go.kh. It is a verifiable credential platform that allows you to put any document on that, and your document had the same value as the physical document with the physical stamp. So a moment you put a document on this platform, you can use it in the digital mode, not only in the country, but also outside the country. They recognize it. So the only way that every ministry to benefit this verified credential platform, they have to integrate with the system. So this leaves them no choice. With the whole government approach, they have to follow what the Cambodian GovTech is doing. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your thoughts. And I'm going to come to you, Mr. Mudakar. Thank you so much for coming today. I would like to learn more about your perspective as an NGO, because obviously a lot of this discussion is around collaboration, between the government, the industry, the NGOs, to make it a success for our people. So I was thinking, because you're on the ground and you're helping the countries, implement it practically, you talk to the SMEs, you talk to the businesses. What do you see as a success of moving from the pilot to, full-scale impact?
Thank you. It's great to be here. So I think we heard about the work that's being done in Gambia and Cambodia. The focus of where we as co-develop as a global non-profit fund is to look at, to give you an example, if you're building a house, you need both water and sewage pipes going out of the house and coming into the house. But what we do is we just plug into a sewage network that's already there, a water network that's already there. And that is a plumbing that's we call digital public infrastructure, right? And without that, each of us will have to do our own water all the way to the river, or the sewage line all the way to wherever we want to take it. And so I think the focus that we take to countries is what is that plumbing that's required for everybody to build all the apps and solutions that governments need and the private sector needs to build on. Our experience of looking at pilot to scale really rests on 3 or 4 normal things that we look for. Number one, even before we do a pilot, does the government have a plan to do something at scale, at population scale, or not? If yes, the government has a plan, is the budget allocated for that purpose or not? If the budget's not allocated, by the time the budgets come, it'll be too long, right? If the budget is allocated, does the government have a team to actually make this go to scale or not? And when we look at these as preconditions for doing any pilot, the chances of a pilot becoming a scaled project, national rollout, is higher. Despite all of checking all of this, in governments, as our colleagues will attest here, sometimes things don't go as planned, but that's okay. But for the most part, if you're able to check on these things, then it's possible to scale a lot faster and a lot more definitively. But it is a process in every different country. It depends on the political economy, capability of the government, private sector participation, citizen cooperation, trust, and so on and so forth.
And I'm really glad that you mentioned the trust, because my next question is about enabling trust, not only in the solutions, but for the citizens. So one of the things which I do quite a lot in my work is building the different frameworks, the regulations, for the governments and beyond, in terms of making sure that the solutions are not just innovative, but they're safe, secure, and they can make an impact. So coming back to you, Honorable Amin Jabi, if I can ask, what do you think, what are the different frameworks or the ways how we can secure the solutions? I've read quite a lot about, you have the cloud policies, you have data sharing policies, cyber policies, but can you tell us more how this works practically for Gambia?
Thank you. Let me be clear on one thing. Back home in the Gambia, as a developing country, we do not approach most of the time to matters like on pilot basis. Because pilot projects, if you look at them, they are basically, you have to have the resources to actually initiate it and then see it as pilot. But when you don't have such resources, you go straight on board and say, I am going to do this and this is the impact I want to extend. That's one. But of course, we have a few policy frameworks existing. Institutionally, we have created, to create that trust and to make sure that people work within the ecosystem with the trust and confidence and use the applications as we expect them to do. The first institutional framework is to have a central agency that is responsible for all government ICT services. So this particular agency, any government institution that really wants to come up with any application or ICT project, they have to pass through this agency for certification, for approval. That's one step.
Is this like a regulator?
Yes?
Is this like a regulator?
Yes, it is. Okay. It is more of, we call it, there's a regulator separately, but we call this the Gambia Information Technology Agency. That actually focus, it comprises experts from different domains that would definitely come and advise on any project that you want to initiate by any government department, from ministries, health, agriculture, anywhere, name it. So we have that in existence. Of course, there are legislations that are in place that actually look at almost everything. But these legislations are also somehow informed by the harmonization policies we have within West Africa, because we are working within the West African Economic Zone. So we make sure that we harmonize our policies and legislations with those other countries. So you would see we have a series of those legislations in place and policy frameworks in place that actually speak also of the others in other neighboring countries, which we could talk about when it comes to cross-border matters. So policy level, yes, we have those clarifications. Now, when it comes to the regulation, a key challenge and an issue that we look at here to develop that trust is to bring about a good working relationship between the central bank that we have in the Gambia and the ICT regulator, because we realize that fintech is now becoming the key thing, and people are using it a lot, and government itself is actually encouraging it. So, but how do you establish the relationship between that ICT regulator that regulates both the infrastructure and the technologies, as well as the financial regulator, that's the central bank, that is actually giving the clearance for some of these fintech applications to be used in the country? So that ecosystem, when we look at it, we bring about that sort of relationship to make sure that this is where the boundary line is. Government is in that. And we are happy to say, I think it's one of a unique area where we are really progressing very well. Now, when it comes to the data sovereignty and cyber crime and other things, a number of legislations have been passed, but we are reviewing almost everything into what we call a communication bill, which is currently before the National Assembly. This communication bill looks at almost everything new. Of course, we don't want to leave it as it is static, it is good for all, but it's a bill that actually would now so flexible that it can address anything as it comes by. So at the legislative level, policy level, we have those things. Now, when it comes to the relationship that we have with the private sector, what the government is doing, we understand that there are challenges, and those challenges are today, the private sector expects a lot from the government. Government expects a lot from the private sector. And that expectation gap is the first challenge we are trying to address. And how do you address it? We make sure that the ministry that I lead is having a special relationship with all application developers, almost everybody in that ecosystem. We have a special partnership as to where they can go to and where they want to go to and what they expect from us. And this is actually governed by a framework which we have in the form of an MOU, and we are pushing that. Thank you.
And I think just to add to it is also the successful, initiatives and, speaking around them and showcasing their impact to the citizens is probably one of the other levers. I will come back to you again, Your Excellency, about the Cambodia view on the same question in terms of different policies, frameworks, or even more importantly, the initiatives that can help keep the citizens secure.
Okay, thank you very much. So in Cambodia, we have 3 generations of a digital government. Yes. So in year 2000, we start by create a group of talent, and we threw out around $100 million to build a system for every single ministry. Because we are afraid that we don't have enough resources in each ministry, so we try to use the centralized approach by building everything in one place and distribute it to use in every single ministry, so that we can control the quality, cybersecurity, and everything. As a result, none of other ministry inside Camden use it. So we threw $100 million and keep it in the box, because the central team doesn't understand the business process on each ministry, first. Second, when other ministry did not join the game, they don't want to use it. That is the ego. So when Camden learned from that, Camden start to use this kind of approach. They said they stopped doing anything from other ministry, but they create law, regulation, framework, policy, and everything. As a result, after 10 years, nothing happens. They don't do any system. Other ministry do the system and die all the time. So in Camden, we don't have much things. For the third generation is when I moved from the private sector to join the government. Then I feel like, okay, so what should I do before we had to this kind of experience? So we think through from the experience that I used to have different government like New Zealand, Australia, Japan, Korea. So we decided to use hybrid approach. Like we create the policy, the regulation, but we decide to lead by technology. So what we do is that we understand that when you would like to build a solution, let's say you got 100 components in total, and if you are expert, you can build it against cybersecurity, data privacy, scalability, performance, and everything. But your team is not big enough, and you cannot understand the business logic of each ministry. So you cannot do it for them. So what we decide to do, we decide to find the common framework that every single application need to use. And we build them and play it as the horizontal solution that can use across ministry. By doing this, you don't have to force them to follow the compliance, the policy that you set. A moment they design a system and integrate with those key enablers, those horizontal solutions, I can 1% say security is there, data privacy is there, interoperability is there, data exchange is there, and we don't need to teach them. Just lead by technology and make everyone integrate to those middleware. This is our own approach. Thank you.
Just to summarize, this is like a platform, and then you onboard the applications on top from different ministries.
Yes, we
Okay.
build a platform, but a very thin layer. Yes, and other ministry can take it like a legal, combine it, put the business logic on the top, and build a system for each ministry.
Yeah. So essentially, you provide the key guardrails, so they don't have to reimagine it again.
Yes, correct.
Thank you so much. And coming to you, Jana, we had an opportunity to be in Davos earlier this year, and it's a pleasure seeing you here as well. I just wanted to understand more from the private sector perspective, because you have a lot of experience in helping implement the solutions from the private sector, you know, in Estonia and beyond. And I was wondering, how do platforms like DCO impact, help redefine the role of private sector as an enabler?
Thank you very much, Alina. I think that DCO impact program fundamentally changed the role of private sector. And if before we had attitudes that please come, develop service, implement the software and leave, then now we are looking for long-term partnership. And this is conceptually different way and approach. So we share responsibility. We're thinking how to be involved at the beginning on the stage of design of service. We're thinking how to create mutual benefits, because if we have long-term partnership, we as a private sector need to think how this service, what we implement, or system will be beneficial, profitable, and sustainable. So this is extremely important when you are building such kind of public-private partnership, and this is what we did in Estonia very successfully. We have, for critical infrastructure, long-term partnership with the private sector, and this changed the game. And this gives a very clear differentiation what is a regulatory role, what is a governmental role to be a regulator, to create standardization and audit, and what is a private sector role to bring the global innovation, to bring the know-how, to bring the latest technologies, and to make the service successful. Let's imagine, let's talk about Africa. And let's think that government told that please bring us identity, digital identity solution. If it's a short-term project, just to sell what I want to do, just to give some vendor-locked system, easily to implement, easily to manage, and do I interested to long-term that the service really brings a benefit for rural areas, for people with limited accessibility, for people with illiteracy, and etc. But if I'm a partner of government, I need to think and to answer to all these questions. I need to think how and which kind of solution I need to implement together with government to serve these rural areas, that people who have limited access to the network, which kind of service they can use, how we can build this e-service in the way, for example, to serve maybe people verbally because I can't read and write. Or maybe I need to bring the mobile identity to a SIM card because it should work in 2G network with limited accessibility to the internet because people don't have money and maybe they don't have smartphones, they need to use feature phones, and etc. So you see how this collaboration is changed. So that's why I strongly believe that such kind of partnership between government and private sector, which built on long term, they're much more sustainable and profitable for the both parties.
And I think just to add with the impact initiative, because it's not only one government, you have different services from different countries. I feel, Jana, to add to your point, you know, the private sector can become a partner, not just in Africa, but it can be cross-border.
Absolutely. So that's what we do, like Estonian ICT cluster. So we participate in a lot of workshops where we're trying to share both our governmental expertise and our private expertise as well, private sector. So how we build this in Estonia, how these projects were sustainable. Of course, there are a lot of challenges, and there are no copy-paste systems, so there are a lot of cultural differences. We all need to take this into consideration, but at the end of the day, if the partnership is beneficial for both parties, it always succeeds.
Yes, and we don't have Her Excellency Shaza from Pakistan today, but she was actually, you know, very supportive of some of the key examples from Estonia and how it benefited, you know, Pakistan in that regard. I'm just going to go back to you, Honorable Lamin Jabin. If I can ask on the cross-border, right, building upon something which Jana mentioned, you know, in a way we're building for the governments, but how can we ensure that it can be reusable cross-border or it can work cross-border? It's not just the policies and the frameworks, but it's essentially how you work with the providers, with the partners, and perhaps, you know, design in the way that it can be reused.
Thank you. I think I'll approach that with three of the dimensions that we recognize back home. Clearly, cross-border, knowing our neighbors in West Africa and across. I think the first issue would be the need for that regulatory harmonization in terms of the practices and the approach. Most of the times, or a good number of times, in our part of the world, because this is based on experience, you have SMEs who really want to really trade online across to the neighboring countries. But then the applications that they are using, there is no possibility for acceptance or clearing in the neighboring country. That's a challenge. So we go in with for a harmonization process whereby the regulators, financial and then the ICT regulators of the two sister countries come together to give special clearance for two opposing or two competing or two complementing companies in two different countries where they can trade or where individuals can trade through those companies. That's one. I think the other thing is the standardization for the payment systems themselves. I'll give one clear example. When Wave, for example, this is just an example. When Wave came to our part of the world, and it asked for licenses. It wanted to operate in the Gambia and that of Senegal. In our case, we were quick to give them the license to say, you can come and operate here. But in the case of Senegal, they just delayed, they could not give them the license on time. We realized immediately we gave the license, looking at what was going across the borders, because we could not send money from our country to Senegal, whereas people could use a similar platform or different platforms to send monies to us. The imbalances were there, and these were sort of causing some alarm. And then, of course, we had to come in to make sure that we change the system and revisit the licensing itself for those payment systems. Now, that throws us to the third parameter, which is the PPP arrangements we need across the border. We are aware of a number of initiatives that are within at the African continental level, also at our own regional level, maybe the African Continental Free Trade Area, and then the payment systems that we are promoting to use and adopt in Africa. We think through the PPP arrangements that are already existing in that part of the world, we could make sure that companies in one country can actually do a similar business with companies in the others across the border without necessarily having those frictions or restrictions, which really is inhibiting the entire process. So these are the things we are looking at from the regulatory angle, from the payment system angle, how do we harmonize those things, especially the standards, And then the PPP, where the two governments or institutions in two different countries can come together and facilitate that PPP program. But you'll be surprised that a PPP arrangement and the concept of PPP in one country is completely different to the same, similar, whatever, in another country. Even there now to harmonize that is a challenge in itself. But these are things we are making some great strides. And it's not going to be easy. It's a challenge, but we think we are making some progress on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you know, you mentioned when we first met, you know, that as Cambodia, you are very keen. You know, there is a lot of initiatives that you can offer to DCO, right? And there is a lot of learnings as well. So I was wondering on the same topic of cross-border solutions, interoperability, you know, sharing, data sharing between the countries. What are your thoughts?
Okay, thank you very much. This question provides me the chance to share one initiative from Cambodia that have been collaboratively successful with other countries is the verifiable document platform that we deploy. Today, 5 countries work together, and documents that create in one country can verify cross-border without a problem. So I will answer to your question by taking you through the history, how we build this system. So if you want to create a system, work in your country, and make it replicable to other countries, the first question that other countries ask you is a trust. How can they trust a system? How can they trust that if they deploy the system in their country, we are not going to capture their data, to kidnap their country by keeping their data? This is a big question that every country asks, and they prefer not to believe any answer you give them. So how we are going to solve this problem? So first, when we joined the government, we feel that cross-border document verification is a big problem. I feel very annoyed when I have to go to other country. I have to take my document to do the notarization and legalization all the time, every single mystery. And the person that do notarization or legalization, they know nothing about the origin of my document. They know nothing, but they just put a stamp and take the money from me. So I asked a question like, what's the point that they know nothing about this document, they just put a stamp, take the money, and the document can travel across the border. I don't think it is good. So what we try to do is like, we try to see the world framework. How can we make a solution that make a document can verify across the border? And we can see one framework they call IAV. They say that if you would like to make a document that can be verified in your country, and you bring to other country, they can verify and accept it as well, you must comply with IAV. It's like you must have integrity in this document, you must have authenticity that you cannot change, and you got availability, like when document is expired. So we decided to create a blockchain system that can bring the integrity of document in the government level by trying to benefit from the whole government approach. So in Cambodia, we built a system that you need to sign off from the organization owner, plus the sign off from digital government company, Cambodian GovTech, by our team. And this document is verifiable by the government, and it is stored on blockchain. So the whole government agreed to use a digital copy version from this system, had the same value as the physical copy with physical stamp. Second, since this is on blockchain, it respects with IAV, we can bring it to use in other countries like Korea, Thailand, US. This has already rolled out and very successfully. So next question is that, how can we roll out this solution to other countries? The answer that we need to, the only question that we need to answer is data privacy. We have to make sure that we control the system, cannot touch the data privacy. So we open architecture to show to everyone that when I build this system, I think a lot about my family. It's a story I tell them. Because if I build this system, and then our team can touch the data for the whole country. So one day, the intelligent, they will come and put the gun on my team's heads and ask for the data. And our family will be in danger. So the way we build a system, we have to make sure that none of our team, even the server administrator, can never touch the data. Because we comply with distributed data anonymization, that we send the data to the citizen and the consent is with the citizen. So the government got nothing. When other countries see that, they trust. The first country that trusts it is Philippines. So the Philippines, they bring the system, deploy in their country, and they put 80 million of national ID card on this platform. The transaction to use on this platform every month is 170 million of transactions. The second country that understands the system very well is Timor-Leste. So now we deploy this solution in Timor-Leste. The third country that understands this system very well is Bangladesh. Bangladesh, they send, I think, around 10 experts to Cambodia to understand about the system. When they understand very well about distributed data anonymization, that the system can never hack, data can never compromise. Then they agree to deploy the system in their national web portal that allow the public reservice become very easily. So today, I can tell you that the system is deploying in Cambodia, in Timor-Leste, in Laos, in Philippines, sooner in Bangladesh, and it talk to each other. So a moment you put a document, a certificate on this platform, regardless to what happened to the original platform, you can always verify against other platform, which bring the value of your certificate become like the digital asset that can go across the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. And obviously, it's a question of trust, data sharing. I'm going to come to you, Mr. Mudokar, because we're running out of time. And I want to talk a little bit more about, the people, because ultimately we're building everything, to enable the jobs, to enable SMEs, to build the economy, to grow, to support our community. So how can digital government solutions, directly help and support the SMEs and the growth?
Yeah, I think the part of the framing is in the question. You talked about digital government solutions. Government solutions, by nature, are very inward focused on service delivery for citizens, right? So can I make a subsidy payment more efficient and so on and so forth? By contrast, what I want to offer is a different framing. Can you think of this as public infrastructure, not government services, right? What public infrastructure does is it's like, for instance, roads, may have been built for defense purposes in the interstate network in the US, for instance, but everybody uses it. The internet was built for a specific purpose, but is open to the public. The GPS was built for defense purposes by the US military, but is opened up for public use. So what that does is it enables the capabilities that are built for specific purpose to then given out both for the government and for the private sector. The advantage with the digital public infrastructure approach is that you think of what you're building out as infrastructure for the economy, not for government alone. That's a very important sort of mindset shift. A lot of, I think, what we heard from the Gambia, and I think the most important point was technology is often not the problem. It is a regulatory framework. If you don't have the regulatory framework in place for anything, no matter what technology you build, it won't work. And I think the Cambodia example is very illustrative itself. The idea that trust in government documents, any document, is necessary, and we need to show that 20 times over, whether it's medical records, education certificates, property records, and so on and so forth. How do you build infrastructure for trust that can be used across the economy by the government, by the private sector, and so on, right? And across the borders as well. So I think these examples are very important for us to learn from and figure out what is this trust infrastructure or capabilities, identification, digital payments, trust infrastructure, and so on, that actually enables trust across borders within the country and so on, across government and the private sector.
And Mr. Mudokar, just to summarize, from your responses to both questions, I feel that citizen comes first. So when you design, any government services, you think about the journey of the citizen, you think about the trust, you think about the data, and ultimately this is the support.
The solution is the result of all of that, yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. So we are running out of time. So I would like to conclude with the key remarks that, we had a wonderful opportunity to hear about the initiatives of Ghana and Cambodia. You know, obviously impact initiative by the DCO is an opportunity for the governments to share their experiences, the learnings, and, you know, to develop the solutions for the citizens like you and I, which are trustworthy and successful. I would really like to thank my panelists for sharing the views of both the government, the NGOs, and the private sector. I feel that these conversations are really important, you know, going from the citizens' eyes and, you know, how we can make this a reality. And I would really love to thank the audience for being with us today. I know it's the second day and, you know, you've had so many sessions. So thank you so much for coming, and thank you so much to DCO for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Alina. Thank you, respected panelists. And I know you want to take our group photo. Yes. So before presenting the next panel, and I would also would like to ask the panelists to stay in the hall for the next panel. Thank you. And now, a panel about accelerating inclusive digital trade, the role of Model DEA. Digital trade has the potential to expand access, reduce barriers, and integrate economies across borders. This session explores how Model Digital Economy agreements can accelerate inclusive digital trade by aligning standards and fostering trust. Please welcome on stage our moderator, Ms. Pamela Marr, Managing Director, Digital Standards Initiative, International Chamber of Commerce.
Okay. Hi, thank you for being here. We have an excellent panel coming up with private sector, multilateral, and government voices. I'd like to call the panel to the stage. Mr. Your Excellency Sam Sesore, who is Director General of ICT with the Ministry of Posts and Telecommunications of Cambodia. Thank you for traveling all this way to Kuwait to participate here. John Denton, the Secretary General of the ICC, who also happens to be my boss, so please be good to him. Emmanuel Gan, the Chief of Digital Trade and Frontier Technologies with the WTO. Mr. Rabi El Amin, who is the Chairman of Lebanese Executives Council and also runs his own PR firm called Aleph. And Mrs. Sichuan Fan, who is with the China Academy of Information Communication Technology. So we're not actually sitting according to our pictures, but I think you can probably figure out who is who. So we have 40 minutes for this panel, so I'm going to get right into it. Basically, this meeting has been all about the opportunities of the digital economy. Basically using digitalization to boost inclusive growth, jobs, and development. And I'm sure you all know, you'll all agree that the key to driving the digital economy is connectivity, because with connectivity and harmonized rules across border, you can get scale, and then you can get data, and then you can get innovation, insight, and growth. So the reason that we're talking about digital economy agreements is because they are one way to actually achieve that harmonization of rules across the border in order to connect up countries and drive that growth. And they're also important for implementation, because once you have common approaches to key pillars of digital economy, then you can actually go implement on a wide scale and really build that capacity. So this panel, like I said, has different perspectives from government, private sector, and multilateral to comment on how we can work better through digital economy agreements and official collaboration to basically build the infrastructure of the digital economy and to unleash that growth and to drive that inclusivity. So I'd like to first turn to Sam, who is coming to us from Cambodia. And basically, Cambodia is expanding its digital economy and connectivity. And basically, what frameworks for international cooperation are you using? How are you using international kind of linkages to unlock that opportunity? And you can mention, if you do mention the DIFA, maybe you could also explain what it is.
Thank you very much, Pamela. So, first of all, my name is Saray Sam. I'm in charge of the General Department of ICT of Cambodia. So, talking about the digital economy, so before I go to the DIFA, Digital Economy Framework Agreement of ASEAN, I would like to highlight a little bit about the digital economy of Cambodia situation. Okay, so at the beginning, so Cambodia is a developing economic country. So we just back from the war, we faced several years of the war, and we just have a stable and start developing the country. But even so, we find the opportunity within the development, the fast development of technology, digital technology especially, and AI especially. Within this, we think that digital economy is crucial. That's why the Royal Government of Cambodia start strategically think about the policy framework and establish many strategy, national strategy, to promote the development of digital economy. Currently, our digital economy contribute to the GDP is around 7% only. But we expect by 2030, Cambodia digital economy can contribute 25% to the GDP. So mean one fourth. Okay, you can say like this. So to do so, the Royal Government of Cambodia established what we call the Policy Framework of Digital Economy and Society 2021-2035. And inside this, so we have a lot of key strategic action to promote the digital infrastructure, to build the digital trust, and in order to promote two pillars: digital government at the center, digital business, and digital citizen. So the Ministry of Power and Telecommunication, which is in charge of digital sector in Cambodia, we work very hard with all the line ministry and to establish the digital infrastructure, number one, assure to promote the cybersecurity and data privacy and more. But still, we face two key challenges. Number one is we have the shortage of high digital skill talent. This is number one. Number two is the digital trust, to build the digital trust in the kingdom. But fortunately, now I talk about DIFA, that because we are the member of ASEAN, so that we participate in one milestone initiative that we call ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement, DIFA in brief. And the objective of ASEAN DIFA is to harmonize digital trade rule in the region, so that to boost the digital economy in ASEAN. The previous study of the digital economy of ASEAN said that by 2030, digital economy of ASEAN can be up to $1 trillion. But with that DIFA, we believe that we can double, mean that we can reach to $2 trillion for the digital economy by 2030. To do so, we need to harmonize our digital trade across the region, meaning that we need to have the common standard for digital trade. every country in the region need to comply. And meaning that we need to have a platform and data exchange that every country can accept so that we can share. And also, we need to share some public infrastructure to enable the digital trade across border, including digital payment, including cybersecurity and digital data exchange. So I think with the initiative, Cambodia is actively engaged because Cambodia see that this is the opportunity to reach our goal, 25% of digital economy contribute to the GDP. So we take the opportunity, we work actively in that DIFA, and the DIFA agreement is expected to finish within this year, 2026. And we hope that with this DIFA, we allow Cambodia business, and especially Cambodia digital economy, to leapfrog. Because we can imagine that right now, important is the digital trust. Cambodia is small. And when we talk about the digital talent, digital solution of Cambodia may be not much recognized. But with the principle that we set for the common standard for the digital trade across border, that we can enjoy, can profit with this, so that we can imagine that what we call a handicraft seller can sell their product in the region easily to Singapore, to Vietnam, by utilizing the common platform for trading and also utilizing the digital payment and also the logistics across the border. So I think this absolutely contribute to the development of digital economy of Cambodia with that DIFA. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I'll have you know that the private sector is anxiously awaiting the release of DIFA because they are also anxious to begin using the frameworks that are set out by DIFA. So congratulations on participating in this. On the theme of the private sector, John, can you let us know, globally, where is the private sector struggling with fragmentation? How does the private sector want governments and multilateral cooperation to begin easing some of these kind of regulatory gaps? And what is the role of private sector in participating in this process?
Oh, thanks very much, Pamela, and it's great to be here, actually. This is the first time I've participated in the discussions of this group, and I was saying to my colleagues this morning, I'm very glad that someone somewhere saw the wisdom of tying up the International Chamber of Commerce with this group. The reality is that when I listened this morning in open plenary and then had the privilege of being able to address the plenary, what the member states were asking for was a partner that can actually help them translate their need into an outcome. And of course, we've built the ICC, and in fact rebuilt the ICC, because we provide a lot of the infrastructure for trade globally to do just that. And so I think a wonderful opportunity is to join up the ICC. In fact, I was listening to the colleague from the Gambia before. We launched a project at the end of the South African G20, which is called Trade Routes for Africa. And what we're doing there is building the corridors and capabilities and connectivity to allow SMEs for the first time at scale to trade across borders in Africa. It might sound weird, but it hasn't happened before. So we've done that, and when I was discussing with the Secretary General earlier, that's a classic project where we could join up an ICC innovation with the power and energy of this group. So it's a classic example of what we can do. And by the way, that's exactly what I've been talking to your fellow countryman about, who's the Secretary General of ASEAN, about doing the same thing through ASEAN. And I'm in discussions with the Philippines leadership, who will be chairing ASEAN this year, to do exactly the same thing. So I'm kind of super excited about all of this. Maybe I'll do something which is quite perverse here. I actually am not coming to complain about governments. Normally the private sector comes and says, well, you should be doing this, should be doing that, and should be doing whatever else. No, in fact, when I listen to what governments are doing and are motivated to do in this group, the issue is how do we establish effective partnerships to deliver that? And of course, an effective partnership is you've got to recognize, I suppose, the interests of both partners. That's where you get true collaboration. And for us, what is missing at the moment, where I think we can help, is we can identify the frictions and the fragmentation and the duplication. What we also need to be able to do is help governments prioritize and also help with some of the solutions. And I'm privileged because I've just come out of a very rich discussion we've been leading in Dubai in the World Government Summit, where the ICC, and Emmanuel is here, so she knows the commitment the ICC has to the maintenance of a robust global trading system. But also, that's not rhetorical for us. As I said, we provide the infrastructure, we've actually got to get it done. And what the ICC players and constituency is saying, there's two great opportunities here which remain. One is trade, continuing it going, and the other is enabling digitization. Both will help us get back on the development road. And let's never forget that the global trading system is the greatest gift to development that was ever launched in the world. And so we need to keep that going, but to make it relevant in the 21st century, we have to link it up with digitization. And if I could, I mean, we are in 170 countries. So when I speak, I'm not speaking from the advanced economy. 70% of the ICC is in the global south. So we are the most inclusive. And the other point is we're not an observer. We actually enable every year $17.5 trillion worth of economic activity. So we kind of know what works here. So the two areas, I mean, just practically, and by the way, again, just looking in the audience now, you know, we are so delighted by the completion of the African Continental Free Trade Area, but what we want is to deliver on the promise. And of course, there's not much point in building roads across Africa if you can't get goods across them. So we know that trade facilitation is key there. So we have established and we have operating the Global Alliance on Trade Facilitation. And the reason I say that is that we are trying to reduce the friction by using the skills and the capability of the ICC to create the collaborative model that can solve those problems. And most of those problems, just even on borders, will be solved through digitization. And so when we talk about how we can facilitate trade and speed it up, we're actually talking about digitizing customs processes. We're actually talking about how we digitize phytosanitary and examinations. All these issues are really, really important to us. Then, of course, the other point is, how do we just get trade happening faster? I mean, the ICC, we created the fundamental structure that allows for trade across borders, which is Incoterms. That's a ICC innovation from the 1930s, actually, because our job is to enable business, so we come up with these, and that is the fundamental document that enables trade. What we also note is that most trade is still paper-based, and I know Emmanuel's done amazing work at the WTO on this, but just pause for a second to this data point. Almost 95% of the lifeblood of trade, which are bills of lading, are still paper-based. Hey guys, we're in 2026. So why aren't they digitized? Well, they're capable of being digitized, but courts won't recognize digitized documentation. So we actually have to go through a process of actually upgrading the law to enable courts to recognize electronic bills of lading. So guess what? We've actually done the hard yards on that, and that's one of the areas that Pamela works on, which is, we call it the ICC Digital Standards Initiative. And what we're doing is we work to develop the model laws, and now, of course, what we're trying to do is help governments implement that, because there needs to be a partnership, as there does with trade facilitation, between governments and business to actually develop the outcomes here. And by the way, we now have the commitment of over 60% of global trade, the actual countries that deliver that, to transfer to digital documentation and the application of what's called the model laws to do that, which is a pretty remarkable achievement, if you like. So I mean, I suppose my takeaway, hopefully, for people is that we're not here to complain. I'm here a little bit to explain, but I'm actually here to urge closer collaboration, but effective collaboration, and actually not talking about it, but looking at the tools we've got and upgrading them, and frankly improving them, and we're open to that as well. So thanks for the opportunity to be with you today.
Thank you, John. I'd like to now turn to Rabi, and I assure you it's not intentional that we are letting the three men speak first.
I was just wondering about
it's
that.
just how the panel sectors break down. But Rabi, you run an SME.
Yes.
You try to trade across borders, and your colleagues in the Lebanese Executives Council also trade across borders. What are you confronted with, and how can multilateral collaboration and international agreements help solve some of those roadblocks?
Thank you. Thank you, Pamela. Actually, I run a consultants agency that we work with outside the country. But yes, as you mentioned, my colleague in LEC, which is a Lebanese non-profit organization, diaspora non-profit organization that we exist all over the world and mainly in the GCC country, thus they face a lot of problem in this regard. And here I would like to give example on Saudi Arabia, where I live since 28 years, and on Lebanon, where we all was born there. Actually, because we live in Saudi Arabia, we were inspired by the fast change that Saudi Arabia made, fantastic change that they made over the last 10 years in digital transformation. While we're seeing Lebanon going into crisis and wars and challenges. So for that, we partnered with the DCO on making a new conference in Lebanon last June, a Smart Government, the Diaspora Experts for Lebanon, where we brought the Lebanese experts who works on smart government and talked to the government the whole day about how we can build this capacity in Lebanon. President of the Republic, Prime Minister, Minister, including Mr. Shahadi, who was here this morning, they all committed to do this big change. Now, going back to your question, small businesses in emerging markets like ours are actually up against when they try to do cross-border digital trade. First, rule change from one country to the next. In Lebanon, we have other challenges. Data has to stay inside the country, that global cloud tools expensive and complicated for small companies, while in Saudi Arabia, the cybersecurity and data flow rules are strong, protective, and they can still be heavy for SMEs that don't have large teams. Second, infrastructure. In Lebanon, we still deal with power cuts and unreliable internet almost every day that kills online sales and payment, while Saudi Arabia has built fantastic and fully connected network. Though even some businesses in remote area, probably they still have weaker connection. Payments and money. Lebanon currency problem and banking issues means many people still want cash on delivery, and this is against digital economy that makes anything cross-border slow and risky, while Saudi Arabia, they are ahead on digital payment. And this is the biggest challenge, I think, and I think DCO, they are tackling in this challenge, is the inside the companies. The companies are not ready for this huge transformation, especially on SMEs. So the digital knowledge is very low in the region. So a lot of SME owners, staff, simply, they don't know enough about e-commerce platform, safe online payment, digital marketing, or what the international rules even are. In Lebanon, that means most small businesses sell only on Facebook or Instagram pages, not really a global marketplace, and more training or really use advanced tools that are already available. These are abstracts, a problem. They keep small businesses stuck at home. If we want to go for, on the positive side, I think that the cooperation works when practically digital economy agreement like the DCO model that we are talking about today are exactly kind of tool that we need. Align rules on data flows, electronic signature, payment without forcing everyone to copy the same system. Lebanon has already applied to join the DCO. Hopefully that this will be announced soon. And this is important for us. Saudi Arabia Vision 2030 turned the digital into real economic power around $500 million, 50% of the GDP on e-commerce, keep growing fast. Almost every SME accept digital payment. Many use AI and data confidentially to sell across border. And this is in Saudi Arabia, did not happen accidentally. This was like with a vision and focus and smart cooperation. Lebanon is bringing to move to e-commerce is growing even though tough time. The World Bank approved $150 million for Lebanon digital acceleration project at the start of 2026. So hopefully we'll see some progress in the near future. And the government, as I mentioned, they made this big commitment. Okay, so what we be looking for is simplifying the rules on data and payment that small business can actually flow, training and awareness for program to close the digital knowledge, practical steps that support WTO discussion and make inclusion, especially for women entrepreneurs and young people. In Saudi Arabia, again, I can see how quickly things can change, and when the right cooperation is in place, Lebanon can close the gap, but we need these kind of framework to make it happen. Inclusive digital trade is not going to happen by itself. We have to remove the barriers and learn from what already works, like Saudi Arabia, big advances, and the new steps and Lebanon is taking. Living here in Saudi Arabia, living in Saudi Arabia, I see the difference every day, and I believe we can bridge it. I'm confident the digital economy agreement that will help give SMEs emerging market a real chance to grow and trade across borders. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. That's a lot to take on, but we have a great platform, the DCO, which can start to address it. Now, moving on to Emmanuel and the multilateral world. You know, the WTO sits at the center of the project of harmonizing rules and providing access in the digital economy space with the e-commerce joint statement initiative and so on. And yet, all around we have things like the Model Digital Economy Agreement and digital trade focused agreements. What are the different roles played by the multilateral versus the regional versus the kind of plurilateral or international organization with different kinds of memberships? Can you help us break that down?
Thank you, Pam, and a big thank you to the DCO for organizing this event and inviting me to participate. Now, back to your question. Indeed, there are multiple fora where digital trade is being discussed and negotiated. We have discussions at the WTO with the recently concluded e-commerce agreement. There's the DCO model digital economy agreement. We see a number of digital economy agreements, regional ones, bilateral ones, popping up here and there. These different approaches, in my view, are very much complementary. It's not either or. They are complementary. The critical role that model digital economy agreements can play is providing guidance. They help build shared understanding on some critical concepts for the digital economy, and they can build convergence often before multilateral disciplines, because it's easier to agree at a regional level than at a multilateral level where negotiations can be extremely complex. We have 166 members at the WTO with different levels of developments, different interests, so negotiations do take time. And the beauty, I would say, of these regional initiatives or these model digital economy agreements is that they can pave the way. They can be a way, as I said, to bring convergence, and convergence enables interoperability. We were mentioning it earlier, and interoperability enables digital trade, because digital trade works only if there are rules that are aligned, that are interoperable, and if there are systems that talk to one another. And we just heard now the difficulties that companies face when there are different regimes on data flows, when the rules change from one country to another. And actually, we've done some work at the WTO on that to try and assess the impact of fragmentation. I think the numbers speak for themselves. we did some studies on cross-border data flows, which we heard are particularly important when it comes to digital trade. And what we show is that in a scenario where there are widespread national restrictions on cross-border data flow, GDP could fall by 4.5% and global exports by 8.5%. While in a scenario of multilateral cooperation, we could see an increase in GDP. And so the gap between the fragmentation scenario and the multilateral cooperation scenario is 7 percentage points, so quite significant. Likewise, we've done some work on the benefits of multilateral cooperation having global benchmarks. As I said, we have this e-commerce agreement that was concluded. It's not a multilateral agreement, it's a plurilateral agreement with 72 co-sponsors. But what our studies show is that this agreement can bring substantial benefits, especially for low and lower middle income economies. A contrario, every year implementation of the agreement is delayed. It's 159 billion US dollars that are left on the table, which translates to 2.4 trillion by 2040. And if this agreement is being multilateralized, and so we have all countries on board, the benefits could be more than tripled to 8.4 trillion. So significant benefits that can come from convergence, from global benchmarks, from aligning rules at a global level in order to facilitate digital trade. And of course, before we can move to the multilateral level, having model laws, model digital economy agreement can help. I was actually looking at DCO member states and saw that 8 of them are participating in the e-commerce agreement, 8 do not. But when you compare the DCO model digital economy agreement and the e-commerce agreement, you can see that there's a very big overlap. As a matter of fact, the different issues that are covered in the e-commerce agreement, like authentication, signatures, electronic documents, single windows, consumer protection, cybersecurity, are also covered in the model digital economy agreement. So implementing this model digital economy agreement would de facto mean implementing the e-commerce agreement at the WTO and would help multilateralization. Now, these model digital economy agreements are not only a stepping stone towards multilateralization, they're also a sort of laboratory. They can go beyond multilateral discussions, which, as I said, can be very complex. So it's very often at the level of these model laws or at the regional level, there's a possibility to look into issues that are not yet mature for multilateral discussions. And so you find, for example, in the model digital economy agreement provisions on cross-border data flows or data localization or source code, which are very important. They were discussed at some point at the WTO, have been put on hold for the moment. It may come back as part of a phase 2 negotiations, but right now there are no multilateral negotiations on these issues, which are, as we heard, critically important. Or the model digital economy agreement has also some provisions on AI governance, which we heard in a number of sessions during this event is of critical importance. Here again, we do not have negotiations yet at a multilateral level on these issues, even though some members are thinking about it, so that may come our way. But just to note that these digital economy agreements are more nimble, so they're allowed to look into issues and mature them, create a shared understanding, and so the two are really complementary.
Okay, thank you, Emmanuel. Let's now talk about implementation. So, Suchen, from your perspective and from the, I guess, the perspective of the Chinese Association, the Research Association for which you work, what works well in implementation of these kind of agreements? How can international cooperation actually support implementation on the ground?
Thank you, Pamela, for this very important question. Actually, every year, the China Academy of ICT releases kind of a research report on the global trend of digital trade rulemaking. And according to our findings, we are now currently at a very critical stage. On one hand, with the rapid growth of global digital industry and emerging technologies such as AI, there is a rising need for cooperation on digital trade rulemaking, and the topics have already expanded from e-commerce to data flows and supply chain resilience, etc. But on the other hand, however, due to the different national priorities and regulatory diversity, there are many different rule texts on a same topic, which will increase fragmentation in digital trade governance. So to address this challenge, we believe that the future digital rules will need to be more flexible and inclusive to suit countries at all stages of development. And I think that the MDA developed by DCO is an excellent example of this trend. It will help to reduce fragmentation and build a more predictable trading environment. And so how can we make best use of this kind of rule toolkits? From China's experience, we believe that it is important to cooperate with global partners to strengthen the industry foundation, information sharing, so on and so forth. We are working with Global South partners to build a digital ecosystem cooperation network. And this network aims to strengthen supply-demand matchmaking, industry finance cooperation, and capacity building as well. So to support this network, China is also building a kind of cloud platform. It will pool partners' resources in digital governance and industrial development. We hope that this platform can link priority needs to funding and expertise resources, so as to lower the compliance costs and provide more opportunities especially for the SMEs and the startups. And we believe that combining the flexible rule toolkits together with the cooperation mechanisms, it will help us tackle the governance fragmentation and move towards truly inclusive growth. And China is ready to work with all like-minded partners to promote a digital trade inclusion and work to ensure that the opportunities of the digital era will benefit all stakeholders in every country. So that's my opinion. Back to you, Pamela. Thank you.
Okay, so we have 5 minutes left, so I'm going to ask a bonus question for the panel. The question is, we have a great array of opportunities and methodologies, as well as now regulatory and multilateral tools at our disposal regarding the digital economy. The question is, in your own domain, in what area would you like to see the greatest progress in 2026? It could be something like an issue, like on data portability or on interoperability. It could be relations with a given kind of framework, like DIFA, or it could be something else. But I want to know from the panel, where are you looking with the most hope for 2026? And then, of course, where will you put a lot of effort in 2026? Giving the panel time to think, I will start off by saying that in my domain, which is digital trade, I am really hoping to make serious progress on system interoperability, because that is a huge barrier. The fear of being locked into one system. And it could be a giant organization like a bank saying, which trade platform should I choose? Because once I choose, I'm stuck. So this problem of system incompatibility and system lock-in is something that I'm going to be working really hard on in 2026. Sam, over to you.
Okay, so thank you very much for this question. So I think if for 2026, if we prioritize the thing that how we can boost the digital economy across border, I think first we need to sit down and discuss and try not to stick on each country, but try to have the common principle that the minimum that each country can agree together and start with that. So if we want to do the digital economy or digital trade cross-border, if we just stick on what is our policy we cannot have some, common principle. We cannot join that kind of, committee or corporation. We cannot. So we need to align, to adjust, try to have some principle minimum that we can work together at the beginning, at the first phase. Yeah,
Thank you. And that's a lesson that actually can scale to many, many regions.
Yeah.
So thank you. John.
Yeah, look, thanks very much, Pam. I mean, the reality is I'm 100% focused on a pretty big issue, which is financial inclusion. And the reason I say that is, sitting here in this group with the DCO guys, when I look around the regions in which you all operate, the number one issue for SMEs is access to finance. So financial inclusion is really important. So I don't look at it from a systems issue. So what do I need to do to actually improve financial inclusivity? So when it comes to this field, data consistency will enable greater access to finance for SMEs. It will improve financial inclusion. So what I need to do is, I know how to, well, I suppose I've had a bit of experience, is I need to show how much value that will create for individual economies, because that's what moves the Minister of Finance, if I can show them what can happen. But I think financial inclusion enabled by data consistency will actually be very supportive of allowing your SMEs to prosper.
Okay, super. Thank you, John. Emmanuel.
Thank you, Pam. First, I fully support what you said on system interoperability. You know that, this is something that we support fully at the WTO. But I would say, in addition to that, I think that greater attention should be put on the trade-related aspects of AI governance. There are very few discussions right now at a multilateral level on that particular aspect. There are a lot of discussions on AI governance, but they don't include the trade dimension. While trade is really the oil of the AI engine, according to our simulations, it could boost trade by 40%, but there's also a big risk that the digital divide increases as a result of AI. So how do we make sure that AI is a force for inclusion as opposed to a force for divergence? I think is critically important. And here, trade does play an important role to promote the affordability and accessibility of AI and to mitigate the risks that come with AI. But AI also means that some trade rules may have to be adjusted or further developed, and I think we need to look into that.
Okay, thank you, Emmanuel. Rabi.
Thank you. I think everything is important, but from where I stand, I think that SMEs, they need big help and support in doing the change internally first. Awareness, support to do this change. I think I quote here one of the Lebanese old age leader when I talked to him about smart government. He said, this is something that you should not talk to me about, not my children, my grandchildren. So I think there is generation conflict in some of the SMEs. They need to be supported to do this move. Give them support, awareness, and give them all the help that they need to be part of this economic digital change.
Okay, thank you. Suchan.
Thank you. I think a key effort in 2026 for us is to continuously engage in multilateral cooperation mechanisms, including DCO, ITU, BRICS, or China-Africa Digital Cooperation Framework. And we will work to enhance South-South cooperation and to ensure that multilateral digital cooperation becomes a real bridge to inclusive prosperity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So that's the end of the panel. You've got a great kind of set of work plan for 2026. I can actually see that some of that is going to come in this direction. But I will just end by saying thank you so much for your spirit and your ideas and for your support to the challenge and the opportunity of international cooperation to boost the digital economy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Pamela. Thank you, dear guests. And if you'd like a group photo before we leave the stage. while, we'll resume with our next panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, our next panel, entitled Empowering Nations with AI, Insights from the AI Real Toolkit. Building national AI capability requires more than ambition. It requires practical tools, readiness, frameworks, and shared learning. The session introduces insights from the AI Real Toolkit, highlighting how nations can access readiness, prioritize investment, and deploy AI responsibility at scale. I invite our moderator, Ms. Mel Shell-Tan, Managing Partner at 500 Global. Please welcome her on stage.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, members and friends of DCO. If I could invite everyone to take a seat, and I'll give you all a minute to settle down. Thank you for joining us on this very exciting panel today. Thank you for joining us on this very exciting panel today. And I would love to introduce and have join me on stage His Excellency Dr. Bosun Tijani, Minister of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy for the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you so much. Please give him a warm hand. So Dr. Tijani, this is a very exciting session. I wish there were more people in the room to hear from you, but this is going to be recorded, so I think hopefully we'll be able to get this out. Sir, obviously you've championed a lot of AI initiatives during your time in office. It's a privilege to have you here for this fireside chat. And before I kick off, is there anything significant from your leadership so far that you would like us to know and to highlight before diving into the questions?
Yes. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here and to share, of course. I think the most significant thing, of course, is not just related to Nigeria. It's the fact that we all live at a time when artificial intelligence is offering us an unprecedented opportunity to leapfrog productivity, which I think is key. In many ways, it sounds like it's just buzz phrases about AI, but the reality is we're beginning to see its impact at levels that are very directly related to how we all live our lives, how we work, the food we eat. The influence of AI in strengthening the competitiveness of nations is on the rise. And I think for communities like that of DCO, and anyone who is really, truly interested in technology, this is a phenomenon that we have to prioritize.
Yes, 100%. So, Your Excellency, since assuming office, obviously Nigeria has taken deliberate steps to shape a national approach to artificial intelligence, focusing on governance, capacity building, and practical use cases for development. So how is Nigeria defining its AI vision and national priorities today? And how are you ensuring that AI adoption across sectors is responsible, inclusive, and aligned with the country's broader digital transformation agenda?
Interesting question, which I think is also a challenge, not just for Nigeria in terms of the how, but it's a challenge that most leaders all over the world have to battle with today. And it's the reality that on one hand, as a leader, We're all worried about the implication of AI for our society and how do we govern it, how do we protect our people from it. But on the other hand is the reality that this is a phenomenon, it's an opportunity. So when I came into office, I think what we did was to change the framing of how we approach AI, which was to look at the absorptive capacity of nations to make the most of the technology. Because it's one thing to worry about a technology that you're actually not participating in developing or even appropriating for your own use as a people. So we thought the starting point for us was the absorptive capacity. What will it take for Nigeria to truly understand, to truly make resources available to allow AI to help us achieve our agenda? And we believe that from that process on, we can then have clarity in terms of how we also contribute to its development as well. It's important to know that Nigeria is also quite unique in terms of the size of the country. Over 230 million people. The average age is 16.9. I think we have over 60 to 65% of our people under the age of 30. So it's an extremely young population. And the implication is that there's really no future for those people where artificial intelligence is not going to play a significant role. So based on that thinking, I think governments had the clarity that we must have, one, a clear strategy that will allow us to understand how we can leverage it to improve productivity. Two is also a clear strategy that will allow us to be able to ensure that we can participate in its development. And the third is to ensure that as government, we can govern it as well, so that the excesses doesn't come to have significant implications for our people. That was what led us to the national AI strategy in Nigeria, which we believe is very unique. What we did to develop our strategy was to actually look for Nigerians all over the world that works in artificial intelligence, and we brought about 120 of them back home. And we had to use artificial intelligence to do that. So we took all the AI publications that has been done all over the world in the last 10 to 15 years. We extracted the names of the authors of all those publications, and we used a name library to find the names of authors that are actually from Nigeria. So these were the best of the best people from all over the world. We had people from Saudi, from China, from the US, from Germany, UK, all over the place, and we brought them to Nigeria. So these folks developed the foundation for what is today the Nigerian AI strategy. Then off the back of that is building on those community, we then had to develop a national AI collective, which is almost like a community of practice of everyone working in artificial intelligence in Nigeria. And the government, through our partners, we made resources available to them to actually help support a lot of the activities. So what government is now doing is not necessarily focusing on being the driver, but being the enabler. So if you look at the Oxford ranking for readiness, I think when we came into office 2 years ago, Nigeria was 105 on the list of about 195 countries. As at last year, the ranking that was released last year, Nigeria is now 72. So we've moved over 30 points in just 2 years. But that's not the real story. When you look at the details of that ranking, you'll find that Nigeria is actually less than 50 when it comes to government readiness for artificial intelligence. So you can see that that energy is growing. Also, last week, Google and an organization called Ipsos released a research report that shows anticipation and optimism for AI globally. And Nigeria is literally somewhere at about 95% just by itself. It's actually the first country in the world. We couldn't believe this report when we saw it, for optimism and excitement about how AI is going to impact. So we see that on one hand as an opportunity, but government also see it as a challenge, because it means that as government we need to find ways to get our people to be ready for it. We need to also ensure that we can govern it. We need to ensure that we can give resources to those who want to build to be able to build. And that's what I think we've done really well as a country and is moving in the right direction. Today, Nigeria is the only country in Africa with a government-backed large language model.
So we do have a large language model that is multimodal, multilingual, is focused on 5 of our languages, and the only one that is government-backed. And we're now looking to also work with a few other allies in the region to ensure that more countries in Africa can start to build their own large language model.
That is incredible, and congratulations in such a short span of time to have not just that internal achievement, but also a lot of external validation. And hearing you say so much about the intentionality that went into your strategy development, the awareness of the local context is certainly a very big aspect of this. And as we move into this next question, which is more on vision into implementation, turning that AI ambition into a real world impact requires strong collaboration, as you've highlighted, with the right enabling foundations. So you've shared a little bit some of the steps that you've taken, but how are you thinking with respect to strengthening public-private partnerships? You've talked about AI talent, but PPPs to develop the data and digital infrastructure you need to translate that policy into economic and societal outcomes.
No, absolutely. And I think if you see, when I described the way we went by our strategy, we have clarity that it's not the role of government to actually develop AI in society. I think what government needs to do is the enabling environment. And that's what we focused on. So for instance, we understand that without deep connectivity, it will be difficult for AI to be appropriated in any society, which is why today the government, alongside our partner, is putting about $2 billion US into deploying 90,000 kilometers of fiber optic network across the country. This, on one hand, we believe will help us to ensure every part of Nigeria is connected to reliable and ubiquitous connectivity, thereby making access possible for those who want to use AI tools, but at the same time helping us to be able to digitize better. If more of our locations are connected, we're in a better position to collect more data, which means we can train AI on our reality. And that's being done through public-private partnership. Government, with the support of the World Bank, Africa Development Bank, and European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, is funding the sovereign side of that money, and we're getting the rest, which is about 1.1 billion from the private sector, just to drive that growth. But we're not stopping there. We also understand that because we have a pool of talent who truly wants to build technology solutions in Nigeria, it is important that we also have access to compute. You have to be able to access those GPUs. So part of what we're doing is also focusing on how do we lower the barriers for companies that would like to bring AI data centers into Nigeria. So government is working on a national data park, which is going to become a free trade zone area where data centers can set up, making it easy for those who want to come, especially those with AI capabilities. Again, with Gate Foundation, we are now bringing in our first batch, very small, 50 GPUs, to be able to power those who are building solution for Nigeria through something that is called the AI Scale-Up. And the goal of the Scale-Up is for government. Government is going to host this data center in our national data center. So the GPUs will be there, and those GPUs will be made available for those who are building projects that are of interest to the country as a way of supporting the development. Again, the National AI Collective that I spoke about earlier is a community of practice, again, recognizing that businesses are those that will build, and as we put them together, they then come back and explain to government the things that we should be doing. For instance, we've seen through this community that government needs to be funding AI research project, local research project, and in the last 1 year, we funded about 50. We're now starting a new funding scheme that is also going to focus on funding academic researchers working with local companies on AI solutions that can be of benefit to society. So that's just a few amongst the things we're doing. But for me, I think it's very clear that same as connectivity, artificial intelligence is a global phenomenon. It's not something that countries can do alone. If you truly want to move fast around it, the opportunity to collaborate with countries that are already advancing, I think, is extremely important. For nations to be successful as well, you need to have clearly defined roles for the private sector, but also clearly defined roles for the public sector. There's no country in the world that is leading on AI where the government doesn't have a clearly defined role. You know, every country that is leading today has a government that has clear understanding and is participating, because artificial intelligence has geopolitical elements to it, and only government can truly help societies to navigate that.
And it's great to hear how you're really bringing together a whole group of different experts and different stakeholders for that collaboration. Thank you so much for sharing, the different aspects you've gone through. Obviously, one very big aspect that we are talking about this week is the AI Real Toolkit that the DCO has released in the spirit of open sourcing a lot of the knowledge and experience that member states are collaborating on. So many countries are also exploring their AI frameworks and assessment tools, such as those that were developed by the DCO, to better understand their own readiness and to guide policy making for AI adoption. So from Nigeria's perspective, how can tools like these, and even your experience, support countries at different stages of their AI journey, particularly in the global south, or as we in the 500 like to call the global majority?
No, honestly, I really like the idea of readiness tools when it comes to AI, because artificial intelligence can be overwhelming, especially for countries in the global south, because you're thinking and you're being made to believe that this is a capital-intensive endeavor. If you can't buy computes, which are extremely expensive, if you can't build the large data centers, then you don't have a place in artificial intelligence. And I think there's nothing that can be far away from the truth than that. Yes, computes are important, but the reality about AI is that AI starts from digitalization and tools, right? For AI to work effectively for any society, the realities of that society must have been digitized, because AI is as good as the data that you feed it. So countries, for instance, must figure out how much of their realities are already documented and known, because the only way we can make even global AI to be inclusive is to ensure, for instance, that the reality, the languages, the culture, say for a country like Kuwait, is digitalized. Because if it's not digitalized, AI can't learn from it, and AI cannot represent it in the solutions that people will build. So for me, the value of readiness is helping you to understand that it's a journey. It's not something you wake up and you find yourself at the very top of AI. And as country, what are the steps and things that we should be doing to move us closer to that journey? When we started in Nigeria, we realized that Nigeria was never going to start from the compute end. But Nigeria is a youthful population. We can be the country that contributes the most to the talent workforce that is required to power AI. So why can't we focus on training people, which is why we started our 3 million technical talent program, where about 7 to 10% of that is focused on those who are doing artificial intelligence and machine learning. We then quickly realized as well that most global AIs were still struggling to understand our language. So we thought, why don't we start building our own large language model? Why don't we start digitizing government services? A lot of the facts that are on paper, how do we convert them so that they become digital? Which is why we went for the large language model. So you see that journey is gradually going to the point where we're now seeing local startups building AI solutions that can speak in local languages to people that doesn't even know how to read and write, but they can speak their language to AI, and AI is also able to answer. And as we go on that journey, it becomes more obvious that even if the country has to take a loan to invest in GPUs, it will have economic impact, and it will be easier for us to then obviously pay back the loan. That's just an example. So I think the readiness helps nation not to give up, but to find pathways to being able to accelerate the development of AI in their society and for the benefit of their economy and people as well.
Got it. Thank you. So very, very practical advice again on taking stock and right-sizing. Thank you so much. Can you please join me in giving a warm hand and thank you to His Excellency Dr. Bosun Tijani. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for staying in the room with us. We're very excited to continue into this next panel, which I would like to invite our panelists up for. So Badr Al Abdullah, Director, Head of Quality Assurance, Communication, and Information Technology Regulatory Authority, Chitra, State of Kuwait. Welcome to the stage. And also Mr. Bokar Ba, CEO of Samina Telecommunications Council, United Arab Emirates. Thank you both for joining us. And perhaps before we kick off, would you like to see if that's working? No? Oh.
One, two, three. Yes.
All right, working fine. So before we kick off, may I turn to each of you to give a very quick introduction about yourselves and what it is that you do, so we can contextualize for the audience.
Yeah. I'm Badr Abdullah. I work with Citra in Kuwait as a regulator. I am the manager of IT and digitalization as a regulatory. And this is my field for the past 22 years right now as an IT. That's it.
Good afternoon. My name is Bokar Ba, CEO of Samina Telecommunication Council, representing the private sector and the space segment for the 25 Arab countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So a very big part of the discussions this week has been translating assessment into action. And Badr, this first question is for you. Based on your country's experience using the AI Real Toolkit that we've all seen, hopefully, this week, how did the AI readiness assessment results, such as your overall maturity score and pillar-specific scores, inform the concrete strategies or initiatives for AI adoption? So if you could share some specific examples where the assessment directly influenced policy, investment, or even programs in Kuwait.
Yeah. Actually, the AI Rule Toolkit, it came out and the same time that we are doing our national strategy for digital transformation. And we have already signed 2 mega projects with Microsoft as AI-ready data centers they are building in Kuwait for the next 3 years. And Google Cloud, also they are building their regional data centers in Kuwait. So AI will be the future for Kuwait. And the AI Rule Toolkit came out in the same time, and we used it as a member of DCO. I used it before, actually, in the beta version. And it was really nice, really smooth. And it's not that hard to fill out this tool, and it came out with the good results. And it helped us very well to do the regulations. And we already have our AI ethics. And right now we are working in the AI framework for using AI in Kuwait. And actually this is most of the things that we have used right now. There are more, but the time is short, so I will keep it to
Yeah, and I think for those who have yet to check it out, it's a very quick quiz, right, of about 36 questions, honestly. And so I even went through that trying to think about that from my own perspective.
And it will give you good detailed information also.
Absolutely, even as you're going through the questions. And turning to you, Bokar, from your perspective as a private sector leader, a regional convener, how can countries turn the AI readiness blueprints into actionable sector-specific strategies, and what role does infrastructure play, or even human capital, in enabling that transition?
Thank you first for the opportunity to contribute. From a private sector perspective, the AI Real Toolkit pillar, especially digital infrastructure and human capital, are the foundation for investment decisions. Businesses need policy clarity, data reliability, and secure scalable infrastructure to build responsibly with AI. But once a country has a blueprint, the real question becomes, how do you move from readiness to reality? First, national implementation must be sector sensitive. What does it mean? A meaningful approach to AI readiness must reflect and reinforce the sectors that define a nation's economic identity. Whether in logistics, agriculture, financial services, or energy, AI must be embedded in sectoral strategies because transformation happens at the edge, not only at the center. So government needs to identify priority sectors, co-design roadmap with local industries, and align skill developments with those verticals. This is how blueprint gain traction and generate value. Second, infrastructure is non-negotiable. We've heard that. AI is not just code and data, Minister Tijani mentioned. It's a compute power, connectivity, and secure storage. Without trusted digital infrastructure, especially cross-border cloud frameworks, edge computing capabilities, and even data exchange protocols, even the most ambitious AI strategy will struggle to advance. For AI to be embraced, and we want to create a scale, the infrastructure must be inclusive, interoperable, and resilient, solid. But infrastructure alone is not enough. Human capital and talent are the multiplier. No AI strategy is sustainable without people. Let me say it differently, it's important. Any sustainable AI strategy begin and end with people, not as beneficiaries, but as essential driver for innovation. Having said that, AI skills must be democratized, not only among developers community, but across the entire value chain and workforce. Nations must invest in upskilling programs, public-private training alliances, and curricula that match the speed of technology. What differentiates countries that turn AI ambition into real innovation is the strength of their partnership architecture. It has to be built and designed properly. Wherever public, private, people collaboration is being institutionalized, not on an episodic way or time-bound, we see emergence of real ecosystem where skill developments align with national AI priorities and entrepreneurship is encouraged through regulatory confidence, we see innovation thriving. To finish, in Samina Council, we work at the intersection of policy and investment, bringing together, as you mentioned, telecom operators, technology providers, regulators across the 25 countries. We advocate for infrastructure deployment that is future ready and AI compatible. We've seen that when government bring clarity, business brings capacity. Together they move from potential to performance, and that's where inclusive AI transformation becomes sustainable.
Thank you, and definitely hearing some pillars there. So besides human capital, also infrastructure and principles of democratization, safety and ethics though, strategy, and also being future ready. And next question back to you, Badr, then. You know, with that concept or that setting in mind, what are the key lessons from using the AI Real Toolkit that other member states could apply to strengthen their AI readiness? So anything that really stood out to you in particular, having gone through that process?
Yeah, I totally agree with whatever he said. Actually, I cannot disagree because we are in Kuwait. We are having most of these things. We have the infrastructure, we have the ethics, and what the AI Real Toolkit it will help you with is the missing parts. Okay, and it's like you are using an expert to give you whatever is missing. It will not give you more and deep details, but it will give you the majority of what you are missing. And hopefully, thankfully, in Kuwait we have the infrastructure, and we are, as I said, we are building the new AI-ready data centers. It will help you also to adopt flexibility, principle-based AI governance to support the innovation. It will help you also to anchor AI in national digital strategy. From my perspective, it will leverage regional emerging technologies framework. Like they are, whatever is going right now, right now the Arab leagues have released the AI strategy for Arab leagues. It's just announced. And Europe, there is another strategy for Europe. So it will emerge all these things. So mostly these are the things that from my perspective, what I see, it will help.
Got it. Well, thank you so much for sharing your perspectives. And in the spirit of this week, which has really been collaboration, open sourcing knowledge, are there any final parting thoughts from both of you on this topic?
Yes, collaboration, I think, is important. It's not optional. We are in Kuwait. We are under one rooftop, and we aim for one future. That's what DCO platform and stage is about. So in terms of message for me, it's cooperation, collaboration, coordination, and I think with that we can deliver.
I think we all saw what is about the DCO this year is about the AI mostly. So I think this is a message, and actually all the countries that have been in Kuwait for the last 3 days, they all have the same target. So I think cooperation will be really a good start from now.
Well, thank you very much both for sharing your time as well as your insights. Lovely to have you, and thank you all to our audience for listening in and staying with us until this point of the day. Thank you so much. A round of applause, please.
Thank you, Mel. Thank you, dear guests. If you would like to take a group photo before we resume with our next panel. I actually want to thank the audience who are staying till this afternoon. Thank you so much. I really extend my gratitude and appreciation for sitting and listening till the next and the last panel discussion. But it's actually one of the most important panel discussions. So thank you. As we talked yesterday about the importance of women in AI and how important it is to empower women because they create economies and societies. Now, before I introduce my last panel discussion, I would like to introduce a woman who I personally feel that she is a role model. I've worked with her for the past years of my life, and I worked in her organization. I have been presenting CEO Women for a couple of years, and I was honored to do that, seeing so many women around the world who needed to be appreciated for their role model. Now we have the founder of CEO Women with us today, the beautiful Egyptian Muna Murad, founder and founder of CEO Women, who I believe is an international platform for CEO. So we'll start with a keynote speech with Dr. Muna Murad, and then we'll presume with our panel discussion. Please welcome on stage Dr. Muna Murad.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, DSO, for the invitation, and Hagar. السادة والسيدات الحضور الكرام، من دواعي سروري وجودي اليوم معكم في دولة الكويت في هذا المنتدى الهام. أبدأ بشكري وتقديري لمنظمة DCO على الدور الفعال الذي تقوم به في دعم وتمكين المرأة في قطاع التكنولوجيا والاقتصاد الرقمي. ولقد بادرت هذه المنظمة الرائدة إلى اهتماماً بالغاً بالمرأة ودورها في تمكينها في الاقتصاد الرقمي، وقاموا بتوفير منصات تدريب وفرص للتمكين وشبكات دعم قوية تساعد النساء على تطوير قدرتهن والارتقاء إلى مناصب القيادة في هذا المجال الحيوي. وفي إطار تلك الجهود وغيرها قد نشأ منصة CEO Women في مصر كمنصة عربية عالمية بدأت فعاليتها في القاهرة عام 2020 تحت رعاية دولة رئيس مجلس الوزراء المصري الأستاذ الدكتور مصطفى مدبولي كمؤتمر اقتصادي يركز على تمثيل القيادات النسائية في قطاع الأعمال ومناقشة السياسات الاقتصادية وأثرها على النساء ودعم فرص الشراكة والتكامل وتبني مبادرات تعزز تمكين المرأة الاقتصادي في المنطقة. ولحاجتنا دائما المستمرة إلى آليات تنفيذية على الأرض، انطلقنا إلى تأسيس نادي أعمال متخصص لتوفير دعما كاملا للسيدات في المنطقة وبشراكة مع دول مختلفة. وانطلق نادي أعمال CEO Women Business Club الذي يغطي حتى الآن 10 دول، يقدم مبادرات عديدة، ومنها مسابقة انطلقت في القاهرة لتغطي أيضا دول شمال إفريقيا ودول الشرق الأوسط ودولنا في المنطقة العربية، وهي شي فينتك، وهي مبادرة تدعم تعزيز المرأة، تمكين المرأة في قطاع شركات التكنولوجيا المالية في منطقتنا، لأن معدلات وجود المرأة في هذا القطاع متدنية جدا، تصل تقريبا 8% من حجم الشركات الناشئة في هذا القطاع. ولدينا حاجة ماسة لدعم النساء وإبراز دورهن في هذا القطاع الحيوي، بما يتماشى أيضا مع أجندة هذا الفورم الهام. في الحقيقة النساء يلعبون دورا أساسيا في الابتكار والنمو الاقتصادي الرقمي، ولكن التمثيل العالمي في التكنولوجيا لا زال دون المستوى المنشود. فمن المعروف أن نسبة تشكيل النساء في هذا القطاع فقط تبلغ 26% من العاملين في قطاع التكنولوجيا، وتقل نسبتهم في المناصب القيادية حتى لا تتجاوز 20%. إلا أن معظم دول المنطقة تبنت أجندة في تمكين المرأة واضحة، وفي مصر قامت الحكومة المصرية بعدد كبير من المبادرات لتمكين المرأة في قطاع التكنولوجيا، ووصلت نسبة العاملين في مصر في هذا القطاع ما يبلغ 45%. أحتاج بس عشان الأرقام أقولها بشكل دقيق، فمحتاجة إني أرجعها في هذا الجزئية. تمثيل النساء حوالي 45% من قوة العمل في قطاع تكنولوجيا المعلومات، وارتفعت مساهمة القطاع في الناتج المحلي الإجمالي من 5% إلى 7% خلال الثلاث سنوات المنصرفة فقط، مع وجود أكثر من 250 شركة ناشئة في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي واستثمارات تجاوزت 3.5 مليار دولار في البنية التحتية الرقمية. وأيضا كما هو الحال في منطقة الخليج التي برزت دعم الحكومات في هذا القطاع، ووجدنا نساء كثيرة من المنطقة الخليج العربي يترأسن العديد من المنظمات ومن الشركات الكبيرة في مجال التكنولوجيا، وكما زادت حجم الاستثمارات الحكومية في هذا القطاع لمعدلات غير مسبوقة، حتى أن نحن نقول أن منطقة الخليج هي منطقة الداتا سنتر ومراكز البيانات، وأيضا أخذت جزءا كبيرا من قواعد الذكاء الاصطناعي ومعامله لذلك. ونرى أيضا وجودا ملموسا للمرأة العربية والخليجية في هذا القطاع. خليني أتكلم بشكل يعني مختصر على السي او ومن وأهدافه ورؤيته، وإن احنا بنسعى لإيه خلال السنين اللي جاية. وإحنا موجودين هنا في الكويت ليه، وبنتواجد في العديد من المنصات المختلفة ومن البلاتفورم المختلفة، لأننا بنشوف أن العمل الجماعي هو عمل أساسي ومطلوب أن نتبنى نفس الرؤى والأهداف، لأنه مشاكل المرأة لا تختلف كثيرا في الحقيقة، سواء كانت في أفريقيا أو كانت في المنطقة العربية أو كانت في أوروبا. هي نفس التحديات، هي نفس المشاكل، هي نفس الاحتياج الكبير للغة الحوار والمشاركة في التجارب والفرص. يمكن في صدد انه احنا نشوف بانل قريبة من اعضاء مجلس إدارة السي وومن في قطاعات مختلفة، سواء كانت في التعليم او في قطاع التكنولوجيا، ممثلة بشركة الكاتل ساندرين ودكتور دينا عرابي، وانه نشوف عملية ضرورة ربط المناهج التعليمية داخل مؤسساتنا وأيضا البرايفت سيكتور بالقضايا التي تهتم بها المرأة ويهتم بها مجتمعاتنا، لأن في الحقيقة تنمية أي مجتمع لا يجب أن يكون هناك فيه قوة معطلة، والمرأة قوة كبيرة، وإن دخلت في الاقتصاد الرسمي أو دخلت في العمل العام ستغير من شكل منطقتنا ومجتمعاتنا إلى وضع أفضل. في الحقيقة أني أحيي بشكل كبير هذه المنتديات التي تترك فرصة كبيرة للنساء في أنه يبقوا موجودين يشاركون تجاربهم وتطوراتهم المهنية اللي بيقوموا بيها. ويمكن أنا دايما بقول أني لا أشعر أن مجتمعاتنا العربية متأخرة كثيرا في عملية إعطاء المرأة وضعها في الاقتصاد. ربما نحن لا نسمع كثيرا هذه الأصوات العربية التي ذات تأثيرا قوي في العالم كله، وتبنوا مبادرات وأعطوا آليات. ويمكن كنا بنشارك في العديد من المؤتمرات الأوروبية بأمثلة كثيرة من السيدات في السعودية، ويمكن أحيي تجربة السعودية على تمكين النساء فيها في معدلات يعني زمنية قصيرة. إذن هناك ليدرشيب أقوياء موجودين جاهزين على أن يكونوا على المنصات العالمية، وكذلك الكويت وكذلك الأردن وكذلك المغرب وكذلك العديد في الحقيقة من الدول. نرى نماذج من السيدات لا تقل أبدا عن الأسامي الكبيرة اللي يمكن كنا نسمع عنها في المشهد الاقتصادي. أشكركم شكرا جزيلا على طيب الاستماع. شكرا مرة أخرى هاجر على دعوتك لينا كسي وومن في هذا الحدث الهام. شكرا جزيلا لحضراتكم. شكرا.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage for moderating Women Shaping the Future of Technology, Ms. Alina Timofeeva, board member of the Chartered Institute of AI. A big round of applause. This is the last panel discussion. We need to thank everyone who has joined us today. And of course, a big round of applause to all the audience who are still here.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you so much, Dr. Mona, for such a great keynote. It was wonderful to hear, both the statistics, but more importantly, how women are shaping the world. Just to introduce myself, I'm Alina Timofeeva. I actually had an opportunity, my first session with DCO was doing a roundtable with Secretary General, Her Excellency Dima Al Yahya, and it was about women in technology, empowering women. And after that session, she introduced me to Saudi Arabia. So I actually moved to Saudi Arabia after it because I was really impressed, about the progress and about all the different initiatives which are happening. So I'm a senior advisor in AI and technology. And, I will introduce my panel very, very shortly, just to focus on, some of the key topics which are really relevant, not just in the region, but perhaps even broader. So, Dr. Hajar, I think we actually interacted in Davos last year, but we never got to meet on stage. So thank you so much for coming. Dr. Dina, we met yesterday for the first time, but overall, Dr. Dina, you are the Dean of Media Production Faculty in Galileo University, but more importantly, you also sit on board of the CEO Women Conference, which Dr. Mona has spoken about. And Ms. Sandrine, thank you so much for coming, because I know you've had a very busy schedule. You are... Huh?
She's saying like all of us.
Like all of us, I think.
Yes, yes. But thank you so much. You had a session yesterday as well about women, so thank you for coming once again. You are EVP of the Global Sales and Marketing at Alcatel-Lucent Enterprise, but also more importantly, you also sit on board of the CEO Women Conference and, helping shape the agenda globally. So thank you so much, ladies, for coming. I just wanted to have a quick check-in because I see time is up. Can we restart the clock, please? It's hard for me to follow. Thank you so much. So just to start with the session, I wanted to look at both the current state and kind of more the visioning, for the future, for Vision 2030, perhaps for the next 2-3 years. So if I start with the current state, Dr. Mona has highlighted, that the number of women is growing. I sit on the board of the Chartered Institute for IT. We still see that some initiatives are happening. The numbers are going up, but still more could be done. So I wanted to ask you, Dr. Hajar, if we start by the initiatives you've seen that are successful, from which we can learn, what would you highlight?
So first, thank you for having me and for having me home. And second, I can only comment what you have said. I'm under the leadership of Her Excellency Dima Al Yahya, and she was the trigger why I moved from Zurich to Saudi. So we are two, okay? And then the second thing, one of the initiatives, I don't trust that the initiative alone can change the game. It's by doing, and it's by having also role models. I think at the Digital Cooperation Organization, it's a role model to execute as a best practice everywhere. We are 48% of women, and more than 48 also in the N1. So I think is taking action, and not only by having a quota, but target, having also role models that can drive us into yes, we can, and it's done. Having women sitting on the table, decision making, is really critical and important at this stage. So initiative alone cannot succeed in changing the status quo, but more and more great role models and and examples that can lead to the state of art where we should be, even though if it will take 120 years as per the last statistics, but we can continue driving this inclusion and driving women into the sitting table.
Thank you so much. And I just wanted to share, I know that Dr. Mona shared, for Egypt and some of the broader governments, but something which I've seen in the UK, where I'm originally from, is, we see only 22% of women who are currently working in IT in specialist roles. And also, we have a report that shows 500,000 women are missing from the IT profession. So what happens is the UK government, they launched a new task force. It's kind of to enable the women, to help the women from the government perspective. But of course, they invited, the private sector and some of the other initiatives. It only launched literally 2 months ago, so I can't tell you how successful it is. And I agree with the point made earlier that it's not just an initiative, it's the adoption and the change of mindset and the culture. So I think, Ms. Sandrine, I wanted to ask you, there are all these different initiatives that may be happening, but how, can we really transform into impact? Because ultimately it's about the impact. It's not just the numbers which need to go up, but it's the whole culture and the experience.
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me. Very happy and proud to be here today with you. If you look into the room, what is the ratio of women present? This is how it is in the companies. And here we have a lot of women. But in in the companies and in the worldwide, despite the initiative, you will see men more than women, right? So it's not only IT, it is global. The good initiative which has happened today is that the diversity, everybody's talking about diversity, and I'm not here talking only on IT, I'm talking globally. Everybody's talking about diversity, everybody, now the governments are pushing for quota, right? And imposing fines on the companies if the quota is not respected, and so on and so forth. But this brings us to not the equality and the diversity that we are asking for. It is becoming unfair for men. Because now, when you have a leadership position, seriously, right? When we have a leadership position, men will be very happy, but I'm telling the truth, because sometimes people So truly, let's be fair. Now for a leadership position, before they were looking to the CV, to the gender, and before they were selecting the man immediately and excluding the woman. Now they are looking to the CV before they name the gender. If it's a woman, even if she is not skilled, they will take her for the leadership position to fill a quota, which is not right. This is not what women asked for. We asked for equality. We ask for removing the gender and taking the best skillful person for the position. Because what we're doing now is that we are putting women in a failure position. I believe that this will shock a lot because everybody's talking about diversity and we are improving and blah, blah, blah. But I'm not saying we are not improving. We are. And this is a good initiative because it has been highlighting an awareness of the role of women, right? Because 50% of the population worldwide is women, even more. And we are fighting to have a place in the workspace, which is why we should justify this. But on the other hand, this transformation is good. It's a good initiative to discuss about diversity, to put the spot on all of this and the quotas. But at the end of the day, we are not yet here because we are going from an extreme to the other. Unfairness to women 100%, towards unfairness to men 100%. But this is a transformation. You go from an extreme to the other until you find the balance, right? And I believe that this initiative, once it is really settled, and we forget about gender, and we look to the skills and treating women and men at the same level, I believe we will arrive to this balance. I don't know if I answered your questions, but...
I'm sure my husband will agree with you, because he always says it's unfair now.
Yeah, because honestly, and this frustrates me personally, because when I talk to friends, men, who resigned or left their job for big positions, they look at me and they say, you are lucky because you are a woman, you find a job. No, it's not. It's not. We are all working around the clock. Even more than men, right? But it became, yes.
Yes, it's
exactly.
coming from people.
But it becomes really unfair for men because they are in a position, they are not happy, they don't dare to change because they know they won't find positions, right? It's true, right? Okay.
Thank you so much. So my next question, so when I met Her Excellency Dima, there was a DCO report which is around supporting the women. I'm going to actually ask Dr. Dina, but I'm giving a bit of a highlight around it. So there were the report essentially talked about the different barriers that women face, and it starts not only at the job level, but it starts from the education, right? And the education, again, not just the university, but earlier on, from the kindergarten, the schools, and beyond. So my question to you, Dr. Dina, because you are, from the educational background, what changes need to be implemented within educational institutions, and I mean, throughout the whole chain, to ensure that they're fit for purpose in supporting women in technology, AI, in the age of all the transformation we have?
Okay, first of all, let me say thank you. Thank you, DOC, in having me here in Kuwait and participating in an important panel about women and shaping the future. And we are emphasizing on the importance of education here and what changes need to be done. And this is representing the educational sector is crucial. As you mentioned, preparing women for workforce starts long before going actually into work. What should change? Simply the culture of education. We should think about AI as an integral part. We shouldn't teach, as we are going on now, computer science in a course. No, it's all embedded into one course. The curriculum has to change to be embedding AI in every and each course. This will make the change. How to talk about AI as integral as a tool to help, and at the same time, since yesterday I have been hearing about the necessity of having regulation for responsible and ethical AI. This is also what we should emphasize on and teach at our university at each step. What we are doing now in Galala also, we are not talking about the educational pillar only. We are talking about how to help community, as community service is a strategic pillar for any educational institution. What we're doing, we've started initiative that is implemented already on the ground, talking about AI literacy and empowering women with digital literacy skills. Going to girls and talk about how to protect your data and as storytelling, telling them in a story shape, in a very easy way, how to protect your data, how to be protected in this digital era. Community service is crucial, and also I believe this is our next forthcoming orientation also in See a Woman, as we are intending to have an initiative to teach and educate and help in preparing women with digital skills for the future. Educational is very important.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dina. And just from my perspective, I'm the first person in my family to have education, to have, university degree, and I'm also the first woman to work. So, for me, it didn't start at the young age. I had to have all this education, when I was 16, 15 and beyond. So I do know that if it started perhaps earlier, it would have been much faster for me to know about all the risks and, just be more handy. I'll go into the vision part because we are a bit short of time. And Dr. Hajar, we obviously have you as DCO, we have the private sector, we have the academia. How can we best enhance, the dialogue between the governments, right, the private sector, the industry, to help the women, overcome the barriers? Maybe not overcome, but address the barriers.
I will comment on one point. Women don't need help. They need they need to have three main tools: education, digital literacy, digital diplomacy, digital economy. What are the education base that can raise those women, the fund and the finance, to raise their commerce, to raise their business, to raise their growth, and role models and people that can also drive this and drive the women as a target and not a quota. And I think when we have those three, women can help the world to close the gap of the digital economy, to close the gap of the peace and security, to close the gap that we see today in very geopolitical difficulties. I think the women with their way and their soft skills can drive a better world and help the world to be more prosperous and more inclusive. And I think if we put all these three together and we give them the right vitamin, I love the vitamin. The vitamin for me is a key, and Sandrine knows about them. And give them the right floor, and they take the floor, so we can manage it. And in DCO, I think you have seen that during the General Assembly, we have government, private sector, financial sector, academia, great-minded innovators and policymakers, and you see women helping those segments to make a better world, make a great GA hand-on-hands with our colleagues male, and I think this is the key success factor. And I take always, I'm not biased, but I take always DCU as a success toward a better world and inclusive one. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Ms. Sandrine, we discussed, obviously CEO women, is helping build the future women. What is your advice, to the younger generation?
To the younger generation, educate yourself, have luggage, because the fight is hard. You need to learn, you need to grow, you need to persevere, and you need to fight continuously to prove your skills and to have your place around the table.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And I'll probably also add that it's also about the opportunities. If perhaps they don't come your way, it's trying to create yourself.
An opportunity you created, it doesn't come alone.
Yeah.
You need to create the opportunity, and you need to build. Because if you have the right base, which is education, and you keep learning continuously, because life is a learning path, right? So you increase your skills and you create yourself your opportunity, right?
Right. Yes, right.
Yeah. So don't wait for the opportunity to come, just create it and go. Yeah?
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
And Dr. Dina, the final question. If we look into the future, the next 2-3 years, when you think about women shaping the future of technology, what is the most important shift you want to see?
I want to see actually that women are empowered. They are not only users. They create and start having more impressive role in making the technology. Especially, women can be very good storyteller and media creators. So it's very important to emphasize their online presence for the next time. I hope there will be more and more women creating AI technology and platforms more powerful. This is my hope.
Thank you. And I just wanted to add, on the whole topic of AI, obviously there is AI transformation, but there is an opportunity for AI to be an equalizer. Because, Dr. Dina, to your point, you don't need to be like super technical, and there are so many different roles and opportunities that we can create, and there are the opportunities that we can create with the education, and with the support of DCO and organizations like DCO. So I think we are out of time, and I think what I want to say is, ultimately supporting women is an opportunity not just, for the women, but for the economy, for the governments, for the success of the economy. And I think that it starts, much earlier, not just at the point where you have a job and, you feel that you may want to fill the quota. It's not really the transformational change. The transformational change starts, at a much younger age, when you help, support the opportunities, whether it's education or whether it's perhaps in your family giving an example of a role model, before you even go into the workforce. And I feel that this is a very important question and topic, which we can keep discussing perhaps in the next DCO General Assembly and in Davos and beyond. But I want to thank DCO, for the work that you do, all the reports, the research, but more importantly, spreading the awareness, globally on this topic. And of course, thank the CEO Women Conference, in terms of empowering the ladies, not just, across all the different levels, really. And I want to thank the audience as well for being with us today, because I know it's the last session. And I know you've had a lot over the last 2 days. So thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you so much to DCO for hosting.
And thank you, Alina, so much for this amazing panel. Dr. Hajar, I want you to stay with me on stage. You can take the group photo first, if you'd like. Yes, the group photo, and then I would ask you to stay on stage. Thank you, CEO Woman. Thank you, DCO. Thank you, Alina. Ladies and gentlemen, this was our last session for today in the second edition of the IDCF. So I'll say 2 words from my heart. I was honored to know this lady a couple of years ago, and I want to thank her for giving me the chance to be with you the past 2 days. Today and now we finalize, and we thank you so much for being with us. I want to thank her team, each and every one of you, Rebecca, Daffy, Dorothy over there, Omar, everyone. And I know that you want to thank them too, so I'll give you the mic.
No, it's the moment of the emotion, because we are finalizing this amazing platform, this amazing house that gathered a big family. Let's say it's not innovator, policymaker, and so on in the official way we say it. We've seen a family working together and been together to have a more prosperous and more impactful digital economy, let's say, but also ecosystem that can drive more impact. This cannot, and this will not happen without this just incredible team of TCU. They have done a lot. They didn't sleep day and night, and if I want to thank someone, I want to thank them really for their extra mile, for their effort. They have done everything, and that's the first time I have seen chiefs and directors, and we don't know the role and the position. We are just all DCU doing everything that is needed to serve this big family that we hosted. So I want to thank the big family that trusted DCU and have been here and raised from all over the globe. And I want to thank this amazing team that I really, really have a lot of respect for. Thank you so much for your engagement. And I want to thank you for being with us and raising, because you were the master of this ceremony, all our guests, and on top of that also Her Excellency Dima Yahya. Under her leadership we've done this. I'm really honored to serve this beautiful team. Thank you so much.
Okay, I would like to ask the team, Arnoud, you have to come up for a group photo. The whole team up here on the stage. Audience, thank you so much. Thank you so much, DCO. Thank you, IDCF. It was an honor to be with you. I was Rana Arafa. And hopefully one day we'll have the same event in Egypt, so I see you one more time. I want the whole team, Dorothy, the whole team up here. Each and every one of you has done an amazing job. So it's time to... Omar was running away. Omar, فاش عمر. عايزة أشكر حضراتكم بقى بالعربي. كنت مبسوطة جدا إن أنا موجودة معاكم اليومين اللي فاتوا دولت. كان شرف ليا إني أكون موجودة معاكم. بشكركم كلكم. وإن شاء الله بإذن الله نتقابل مرة تانية. الناس مستغربة أنا مصرية ولا لأ؟ أيوة أنا مصرية. وبشكركم كلكم على وجودكم معانا فعلا اليومين اللي فاتوا. وبشكر الأشرز كمان اللي قاعدين. بشكركم مرة تانية.